Hello, hello, and welcome to Break the Table, Roleplay Varied, Reclamation. My name is Rico. I am the narration manager for this episode of Roleplay Varied, with an incredible cast who I'll be introducing soon. But I want to tell you a little more about Break the Table. We are artists from the global majority trying to redefine the genre of fantasy while playing games. Because what better way to subvert than some fun and games? We're here to uplift BIPOC voices and talent, and we do our best with stories like this to redefine the way that you see a fantasy tale. You can follow us on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, and of course here as well. If you hit that like or subscribe button below, we'd appreciate that follow. We're trying to hit 100 followers by the end of the month. I know it's a steep climb, but we believe in us, so hit that button, help us out. Also, I want to shout out real quick some of our patrons. We have Bert R. and Tony D. Thank you so much for supporting our table. You can see our Patreon as well, where we have give special content to our patrons, including storyboarding sessions of the stories that you're going to see here. We also have some stickers and other fun things. So check that out. And also, while you're looking at our awesome stuff, check out our Discord. Our table is slowly growing. And so come join the conversation while you can. Without further ado, I think I want to go ahead and introduce our awesome cast. So, cast, introduce thyselves, please.
Hello,
First off, Kevin.
my name is Kevin Williams, and I'll be playing Rail Travoco. Nice to meet you. And also a Hildorf named Melman Rockstar later on.
Hi, I'm Jeanette Sanchez-Eisenman, and I'll be playing Marina.
I'm Addison Daniels, and I'll be playing Angel Glacia today. And on the second half, I'll also be your narration manager.
Yes. And I am Rico Lestraps, and I am going to be the narration manager for the first half, and then playing Cornelis Festine in our second act. Yes, you heard that correctly. You will have two narration managers tonight. At Break the Table, we are trying to break all the norms in our gameplay, including finding awesome new ways to tell the tale. So for this Roleplay Varied arc, we are going to try passing their narrative hat around a little bit, which is pretty crazy, pretty cool. I don't think I have any other announcements. Did I miss anything, y'all? I plugged our stuff. Oh, we also have some other programming to check out, so be sure to follow us so you can see our kids table, which comes out every other Sunday, and our Homebrew Buddies, which happens Saturday mornings with Addison and Kevin, and then myself and some other special guests at times as well. So, without further ado, let me get a little music on in the background, and we can jump into our story. We're going to take you to a world, to a region. Thank you, Sade, for mentioning. Yes, be sure to hit for our not only followers but subscribers. 20% off right now if you hit that subscribe button to take advantage of that. And if you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe for totally free. So please help our table grow. All right, so without further ado, let me get some music playing in the background. Oops. As we take you all to our new land of Dulam. So I want you to picture a dry evening in a desert world. Off in the distance, tall mountains, and in the horizon, just barely starting to crest, the sun. In our world here, we find an odd absence of the mystical. remnants of it scattered in the land, but for the most part, in our civilization, magic is gone, forbidden, lost with time as the civilization that has colonized this region has shifted the views of those who live in the area. Our story begins as we zoom into a small forested area on the side of the mountains to the rest of our major city. We see a tall tower, and within, a human trying to hold on to a practice long lost. Take it away, Rel.
Thank you very much. Rel is awake. Of course, he's starting his morning routines. He always starts the day summoning his favorite hound. His dog, casted by a level 4 Mordenkainen's faithful hound. He takes out his wood axe, and inside is a little compartment that he keeps his almost like pocket Bible sized spell book and his wand. He picks it up. He says, Arcanistra, Arcanophene, summon a great hound, a good boy unseen. And he wiggles his fingers and his wand, and a Great Dane that it, like, if you looked at it in just the right light, he kind of looks like he's melting into the shadows that he's around. But otherwise, he just looks to have like a really beautiful coat. And Rel says to Fresno, well, we got a full day ahead of us. We had a couple more orders than I expected last night, so let's get hopping. I imagine Fresno barks, and I put my spell book and wand back into my axe. I tie my scarf around my kind of like I like to imagine he ties a scarf around him like a bolo tie. And then he walks out into the forest, looking for
Fresno eagerly follows you, shifting. You can barely see his form as the light just begins to crest over the horizon.
Yeah, I'm looking for the best. Kind of tree I can know. Whatever, like, Rel is all about finding just some big ass tree and using magic to cut it down. Doesn't want to cut down a bunch of trees.
Do a nature.
All right.
Nature check.
Ooh, pretty good. Ooh, not pretty good. 8.
It's bad.
It's misty
bad
outside.
fail.
It's real misty out in these woods. So that's what happens when you live by the mountains.
The mist is actually thicker than normal. It actually makes Rel's skin crawl a little, as an air of ominous feel is setting through this morning dew. Make a perception check.
Fresno, stay close.
Feel his shimmering
that is
next to you.
A 9.
9. The thick fog is hard to see. Yeah. The fog is hard to see through. It takes a little bit of time, but after about 30 minutes, he stumbles towards a moderate-sized tree. Not the best that you found, but close to the size that he tends to try to chop.
Okay. Well, the first thing Rel does is he's in the mist, so he feels a little bit better about this than he normally would do. He usually makes sure that there was like literally nobody around him. But he is going to take his wand out again. And he
pops out of the woodcutter's axe.
And he's going to cast Lightning Lure around it to try it, and he's gonna like have Fresno grab the other end, and so it like lassos it, and they're basically like sawing it with a lightning lure on both sides.
Ooh, yeah. It goes through, and you see it kind of being held by the shimmering teeth of Fresno, and it begins to cut. Do an Arcana check.
Hell yes.
Not Arcana check. I'm sorry. Actually, yeah. Fuck it. Stick with Arcana.
That is a 16 on Arcana.
16. Like butter, after a few clean cut throughs, your lightning lure sears through. You can smell burnt wood from the bottom as it begins to plummet.
Yeah, quickly, also with that, Rel uses mending on the bottom of the burnt wood to remove any identification that like this was cut using like fire or lightning.
Okay. Mindy can only go for a foot, right?
Yeah, he's not trying to fix the tree. He's only just like using it once and then using it. Like he's like dressing this tree to make sure that nobody could ever tell that magic was used on it. Even uses his axe to hit it a couple of times just to make sure it looks right. Like it really makes sure.
He really takes.
Yeah, like
taking that time to. Awesome. I would love real quick for our other two players to make a perception check. I know we're not at you yet. Make a perception check.
Alrighty, me.
Hope this is a sign of things to come. I rolled a nat 20.
Oh!
This die, and it was the first out of the bag.
You want to know something?
No one say a word and jinx her this time.
Don't jinx me, Addison.
You roll.
I rolled a nat 1. +1, so I got a 2.
Oh boy.
Oh man.
Okay. Let's jump to Marina and Angel. In the midst of the chaos and the fog, there are you're dodging out of claws, stepping back, panic sounds. Angel, you are so engaged in what's going on around you, you hear nothing aside from the roars of the beast ahead. Marina, you hear the crash of a tree in the not far distance in the woods. Seems to be about 300 feet or so away. You hear the sound of something crashing to the forest floor.
And maybe a soft timber.
And a very soft timber. Angel, you don't notice this because you are in the midst of facing a terrible creature. Through the fog, you see claw of these abnormally large hands, fingers reaching about 2 inches longer than what they should be, and towering 7 feet up, the bright, freaky pink eyes in a sunken skull. And you just hear a guttural as the bone claw continues to slice at you.
Angel, seeing this, looks up and does a little slow look from feet to head. And as he reaches to the eyes, "Hey, Holmes, that's not cool, mate. Why you doing this to me, mate?" And he will try to dodge out of these attacks as this wild beast tries to attack him.
Let's go ahead, and I want to roll initiative, the 3 of you, or 2 of you. Rel, not quite yet. We're going to pop back to you in a sec.
All right, me.
you're-
What is... Jeanette, you've been rolling so well. What did you get?
I rolled a 16, so plus 2 is an 18.
Oh, perfect. Because I got a 6.
Woof.
I rolled a
We're
2.
in trouble. Oh my god, we're all gonna die.
Haha. You might. Okay. Rearranging. You rolled a 6, you said?
I rolled a 6. I've never rolled so bad.
I'm
My
sorry,
dice are
my
letting
friend.
me down.
Well, we're just gonna resolve this attack that's coming at you, and then we're gonna jump back to Ralph. But the claws come slicing down, one after the other, at your face, Angel. That was a 14 and a 21 to hit.
They both hit.
They both hit.
They
Oof.
both hit.
You see
I was
red
unable to cast my spell yet.
as you see red as these claws enter your body. 2 right below your ribcage. Another 2 into your shoulder and pierce through. You take 35 points of damage.
That's not cool, mate.
Rel, make a perception check.
All right. That is 15.
15.
Yeah.
You notice Fresno starts to growl.
What is
this
it,
low
boy?
guttural? You can see the shimmer of his hair beginning to stand on end as his form shifts in and out of your sight, staring off towards the
Boy.
east, on edge.
Should we go
He
over
slowly
there?
takes a few steps forward. Couple barks.
Is it dangerous, boy?
Can he, I don't remember, can the hound communicate with you?
No, not really. He's like kind of.
I didn't think so.
He can see invisible creatures.
He's like Pluto.
Mm-hmm. He's like Pluto. Oh, so he's just you notice his body shifts to be directly between you and the east. The growling continuing on a low guttural sound.
I'm not good at it, but I'll try stealthing over.
Okay.
Just
Make a stealth check for me.
Kind of more just like slowly checking out what the hubbub is about. Keeping a hand on Fresno's collar so he doesn't run up.
As you begin to walk, he starts tugging. Seems very anxious, very panicked.
Is that
in a rush to get to what's...
It's a 12 on stealth.
For stealth, yeah. A 12 on stealth?
Yes.
Okay. You begin to creep slowly through the woods, the fog getting thicker as you travel toward the main road. First you hear the sound of pain, and you begin to, just through the fog, see a figure being held. In fact, just go ahead and describe Angel for us as he's being held on this.
You see a man dressed in all black leather. It is essentially a what is it? A duster with the mix of a vest and long, skinny leather black pants and black what are they? Wingtip boots, but they are snakeskin wingtip boots. And on his hands are nice, clean black leather gloves. And on the back, you will see a gem that is a red. You can assume it's a ruby. And Angel is a tiefling, so he has purple skin and shortish to mediumish black straight hair and horns that do the little curvy up.
They like spiral twisting a little.
Yeah, the little curly spiral horn.
Of course, right now there's also a trickle of blood, as you notice that attached to him is a 7-foot-tall skeletal creature with these freakishly large hands with long claws. And near the scene is also
What tarnation?
what seems to be a woman. Marina,
So you see,
describe yourself.
well, she looks a lot like I do. She's olive-skinned, long dark hair, big brown eyes, and she's wearing sort of, it looks gray and flowing, elven chain over white and gray and blue layers of cloth. Very flowing. She seems to be distressed. You might, if you look closer, see like tear streams coming down her face. Those seem to be constant. But right now she's looking in dismay at her mijo on hill.
Hey, yeah, help me out.
I have no single clue what is going on here, Fresno. It don't look good.
As you whisper this to Fresno, he lets out another low growl, and you see a head creak over into your direction, the bright pink eyes glowing in his sunken face, and a jaw hanging low as a claw begins to raise towards your direction as well. Roll initiative.
I slowly start taking my wand and spellbook out of my axe, and I put my axe on my side and wield my spellbook and wand. Like, fuck, these people better be cool. That
Go ahead
is
and roll.
a 3.
Ooh, you're doing worse than me.
Wow, I love this order. All right, Marina, you are first.
Her first action is going to do Mind Sliver on the thing attacking.
Okay. What is that? How does that function for her? What does that kind of magic look like?
For her, it would be reaching out an open hand toward the creature. And she's sending psychic energy into its mind. And it's one of her cantrips. And so she's going to try to hurt it first. And then her second action will be different when we get to that.
Sweet. So then that's me rolling, right? A saving throw.
Saving throw of intelligence.
An intelligence saving throw.
Yep.
For Mind Sliver, okay? I rolled a 20.
Yep, you're fine.
Yes. It doesn't even seem, you see the air shift around it as your psychic blast projects out of your hand, but the creature doesn't even turn around to face you as it's engaged, as it's looking off into the distance. What is your passive perception? I don't know if you've even noticed. Angel, what's your passive perception?
Ooh, hold on, amigo. It is 11.
Okay.
Mine's also 11.
All of y'all's are 11, I think. I think same with Marina. So I don't
Hers
think
is-
anyone aside from the
Hers is 13.
13. Okay, you see the creature looking, and your head turns as well, and you see just beyond, about 30 feet away in the shadows, a human who seems to be pulling something out of the handle of an axe.
Miho.
What? My name's Real.
Oi, wait! Help us out, man!
I think I might have to anyway.
Anything else, Marina?
Do I get to take the second action now?
Do you get to do 2 spells as a sorcerer? As a bonus action,
This
you
is
can
my
do your
first time playing
telepathic,
something that's
so-
not a.
No, you only get the 1.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay.
I was like, do they? Is that a new thing?
Yeah, I was like, wait
That
a
would be
minute.
awesome.
Look, Tasha's has changed a lot, so I'm
Yeah, they
always
have.
like, wait a minute, triple check.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to move or anything? You are about 30 feet away. You're about, let me see, boom. I'm fixing us on the map as well for our sake, but you're about 20 feet away from the Bone Claw, able to see what's going on. Sorry, this side. And Rel has just encroached upon the party.
I think she'll stay close enough to Angel.
Okay. The
No, is it? Is
Bone
it
Claw.
No!
Angel, I need you to make I'm so sorry, my dude. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Let's see. Come on, give me something good. Oh, a 15. Is that good?
15. Okay. The suddenly, out of nowhere, the Bone Claw vanishes. Where there once were claws inside of your body, you feel nothing but ice, cold, and rot beginning to form. But you resist and you manage to stay on your feet. You don't take any damage. You don't take any damage.
Yeah.
However,
Oh no.
Rel, suddenly your vision, you're looking at this woman standing out on the road, and suddenly, right in front of you, towering, 7 feet tall, Bone Claw.
Is it attacking me? Is it my turn?
It's attacking. Yes.
Oh,
A claw is coming down to slice at you.
Okay. I can't do nothing.
And that's gonna definitely hit. That was a 24.
I have an AC of 1,000,000.
Of course.
I'm just a god.
You take 19 points of damage as a claw is reaching above, and kind of, I don't know if you saw Full Metal Alchemist, but like Lust has the nails that extend. It's like the claw just extends
Nice, cool.
through your shoulder, piercing down past your clavicle. Specific reference, but she's a badass.
That's a good reference.
All right. I almost said break. Angel, you're next.
Orale! And as this happens, Angel looks towards where the Bone Claw could be, and immediately he feels his wounds. He says, "Oi, this is no good, me." And he immediately looks at his hands, and as he does, this black whispery film starts creeping across his body, and that is part of his feat that he Yeah, that's part of his feat he took, with which is in allowed him to get an Eldritch invocation, and he is casting Mage armor on himself, raising his armor class to 17 now. Boom.
Nice.
And then,
Nice.
and then as
Now,
he
does the
does
mist
that,
just swirl? Does it go away? Does it stay? Does it shimmer?
Yes.
Like, yeah.
It stays there. It's like this cool filmy thing. It's like you know how when it's like really misty outside and you have that faint glimmer of wetness on you. It's like that, but like blackness.
Ooh, that's cool.
And yeah, and what he's also going to do is he is knowing that he took this major damage, he is going to hide and take a bonus action and hide.
Okay.
17 plus. Hold on, I got my cool stealth. 17 plus 12. Boom. I don't know what that is. That's a 29. So have fun beating that, homie. Orale!
That's all good. It's okay. Hey, you don't know what this passive perception is. As you run and hunted down by a nearby tree. That'll be the end of your turn. Rel,
Yep.
It's my turn.
it's your turn. Big creature right next
Wow.
to you.
Can I only do one spell a turn?
As far as I'm aware, unless you have bonus action spells.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Yep.
All right. First of all,
Or reaction spells.
Fresno gets an attack. He's an incorporeal dog that cannot be hurt, but he can make attacks on my behalf. He's a very good boy in that regard.
What a good
See
boy.
how he does. Wow, nat 19. So I'm sure he hits this thing.
That'll hit. Yeah.
Fresno, you good damn boy. 2 plus 3, 5 plus 6, 11. 11 plus 7, that is 18 bludgeoning damage, and it is magical for intensive purposes. It's piercing damage, actually.
That's actually very important.
Yeah, he's a magical dog,
you know. How much?
18 piercing damage is
Nice.
part of his thing. And I am going to maybe do something a little stupid. And I am going to use Conjure Minor Elementals to conjure. They're called Azirs. They're like dwarves that are on fire, basically. They're a medium elemental. I can only cast one of them because they're challenge rating 2. But they get to roll initiative into the battle as well now.
Yep. Okay,
so
go ahead and roll for them.
That is a 16 on their initiative. So we got somebody doing good.
They're going to appear as Velvet Claw.
And then as a bonus
16
action
for them?
Yes. And then as a bonus action, I'm going to Misty Step 30 feet away, try and break eye contact with this thing.
Okay.
I
do you want to go
want to be
past it? Away?
I'll go like behind. No, I definitely don't want to lead it towards my tower. I'm gonna go in the opposite direction. Like, so it came to me, so I'm trying to get behind it now.
Yeah, you actually, Angel, you suddenly see this human appear right next to you. He doesn't seem to notice you at all, but he's now like right in front of you.
You see me try to hide shittily.
But what were the creatures called again that you summoned?
Azirs, Azer. And I also, so they're like, no, it only happens if it touches it. But they're just an on fire elemental, is what they are.
And it has the all the stats of the monster block, right?
Yeah. I don't think there's anything different.
Perfect. Great. Just adding it to my map so it's there. Perfection. And that'll be your turn. Next in the order is Marina.
How far away is the thing?
Yes. It's now surrounded. First, you see the shimmer of the dog and the sudden glowing bright red dwarf looking like a troll 30 feet away, and that's where the bone claw is. Tall, lanky.
She is going to cast Dissonant Whispers,
Good one.
which
Dissonant
for
Whispers.
her, that will be I miss you. I miss you.
It's breaking down into the tears. At what level do you want to cast it?
I think that woman's about to die.
I think just level 1 right now.
Okay. I rolled a 21 on the save. So it's going to be half damage.
Yuck. Okay. So I rolled 11 points of damage, so what, 5?
5, yeah. Rounded down to 5. Awesome. So it kind of like shakes and shivers and turns and lets out a roar in your direction. Do you want to move or anything?
Can I see where the human is?
Yeah, he just appeared. Well, it's pretty thick. The fog's pretty thick out. Make a perception check.
The human.
And your eyes are extra watery, too, with all the tears and the crying.
She rolled a 13 plus 3, so 16.
16, yeah, you saw the air shift as he misty stepped and appeared about 20 feet away from you. You just see this tall human.
She's gonna move toward them.
Okay. Next is your Azir.
Oh, hey.
Azir.
Yeah.
Who said that?
Should have.
Thanks, voice of Marisha Ray.
I was so
D&D
confused. I'm
Beyond.
like, what are the... I know, I'm like, what? I was so confused.
We've been blessed by the Critical Role gods. No, I'm kidding. I didn't mean to click on it, but I did. So.
Oh man, this thing's got so many like little extra additives to it. I love it. Okay.
Yeah, they have a cool little thing.
So, that's an 18 to hit.
18 will hit.
Hell yes. So it is going to take 2d10. 1d10 because of its heated body, another one because of the warhammer, and an extra d6 because of its heated weapons. All
okay. I roll the warhammer damage. So the bludgeoning damage by itself will be half. Everything else will be full, but that bludgeoning one is half.
So that is 6 damage, half to 3.
Okay.
So roll half for the rest of it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hell yeah! That is an 8 plus 3, so that is 11 fire damage.
Nice. So a total of 14?
Yeah.
This flaming dwarven-looking creature raises its warhammer, and as it slams, its red hair.
Oh, and also, as long as it's within 5 feet of it, like on its turn, it'll take a d6 of fire damage, or d10.
Okay.
It's got like a burning
its red hair shoots up. Okay. That'll be... And anything else? That's its turn?
That is its turn.
Okay. The bone claw is next. And it is going to It's still after the two that were going for the child. So I think it's going to take that. It's going to charge at La Marina. At Marina. You can see. And take a couple swipes at it. So your dude can get attack of opportunity.
Hell yeah.
Do I get an opportunity
Yeah,
attack?
you can roll. No, he's not going to run right by you. He's going to.
That's
You are a little
another
to the side.
18.
Damn.
I rolled
nice.
two. I don't know if that's good. I rolled two 13s though, because it has a +5. Okay, and I'll half the Warhammer damage for you and just put it all together.
Awesome. As I'm gonna go ahead and roll the attacks it does on Marina as it charges and the claws reach forward for the weeping woman.
That is
that's gonna be.
That is 9 fire damage. It got a 1 on the bludgeoning damage, so just the Warhammer doesn't even hurt it. It's just the fire.
No, the flames did. Yep.
Nice.
And then I rolled an 18 on the first strike, Marina, and a 20 on the second. So these are both gonna hit. And the first one, the first claw. It hits for 25 points as it slices 3 of the claws, pierce into you. And then the second hits for 17 more points. And it just, as it makes its way back towards you, that's right, it has a mad range. So it doesn't even get that far. It just gets far enough where it can reach out and the claws go flying in your direction. Honestly, that image of not envy, lust, that really is the closest thing to what it is, the piercing claws. Next in the order is...
Nice.
I keep wanting to say Brick. Angel.
Brick will, as he sees this, he... Did I say Brick? Oh no, Rico, you're making me say Brick. No.
Yes.
Anyway, so as Angel sees this, he pulls out his rapier and he casts the spell Booming Blade, and he is going to attack. He's going to sneak attack the Bone Claw.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll as you pop out of your hiding.
14 plus 4 is 18. 18, it hits.
18 will hit. 18 will hit.
Alrighty.
Come on, rogue.
Okay. So with my Booming Blade and with my sneak attack, I'm going to be doing... Hold on. I need to get a whole bunch of dice. It's going to deal... How many? 5d6 and 3d8s.
Wow.
And
Very nice.
And if the Bone Claw moves, he will take an additional 2d8 damage, thunder damage on him. Oh yeah. Hold on, I need to get a calculator for this.
You got a lot of counting.
3 plus 3.
This is a great time to once again remind you all to hit that like button below. If you're feeling super generous, go ahead and subscribe. 20% off. Also free if you have Amazon Prime. Totally do it.
And if you're a student, I know you got it.
Yeah, students.
All right. Hit that like. It does 39 points of damage to him.
39 points of damage. Oh, damn.
39.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to use his bonus action and go back to hide.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to go with his rapier. Stabby, stabby, stabby. And then hide back.
Go ahead and roll a stealth check with disadvantage.
Okay. Well, joke's on you because I got a +12.
Mm-hmm. Look, all I'm saying is you better hope you roll well.
I got a 5, but with my +12, it's 17. Boom.
17. Okay.
My other one was a 12.
You go to hide, and as you turn to hide behind the tree, you the bone claw whips its extra hand at you, and one of its nails goes flying in your direction. And I rolled, that's a 25 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay. You take 21 points of damage as you feel the claw enter you and then pull you back towards it. You are now grappled.
Rip.
Sorry. And the attack hit, so I can do one more. That one missed. You got so lucky. Next in the order is Rel.
Oh, I'm glad.
Can I make like an insight or investigation check to see how dire this situation is? Like, I want to know how badly hurt these two
Totally,
people
yeah.
who I've never met look, and how badly this thing looks. Like,
It's
is this
really
a situation?
foggy, so I'm gonna say do an intelligence, just straight intelligence check.
Okay.
See how well you can assess what's going on all at once.
That is a 16. 11 plus 5, because I'm very intelligent.
How you doing, Angel?
Bad. I'm at 17.
How you looking? How you doing,
Not
Marina?
good. 7. You're mute.
She's not looking good.
Neither one of them are looking
now
too
everything's kind of stained with blood.
Fortunately, you can see, as you noticed, as the bone claw reached out and retaliated towards this other human, it was moving a little slow and its body was shaking a bit. It seems to be like it's taken some serious damage.
Okay.
The tides are in y'all. The tides have turned. Is what I'll say.
You guys didn't hear Rel what he said under his breath when he casted the conjure the minor elementals, but this time you guys are actually able to see him. He comes out from behind the tree and he points his wizard wand towards this bone claw, and he says, "Sif Wim Lear Rel Jim," and you see I'm casting chromatic orb, but for the sake of the flavor in my mind, instead of one big orb, it's actually like bubbles coming out, and they're lightning bubbles.
Oi, Jamako!
And it's just, and I'm gonna make an attack roll against it, and I'm casting it at a 4th level, saying it out there. So I hope I hit.
Please be good.
It's a 21 to hit.
Oh, get wrecked, Rico. Get wrecked.
So that is an added d8 for every extra, so 2nd, 3rd, 4th, so that is 68 of lightning damage.
Come on, big boy numbers, big boy numbers.
7, 9, 8! So 17. Plus 7, 24. Plus 1, 25. Plus 3, 28 lightning damage.
28 lightning damage.
That's my last 4th level.
So the bubbles all fly out of your wand, attacking and surrounding the bone claw. You hear it letting out this cacophonous cry of pain, shrieking wildly. You see its nails curling around and shaking. As the bubbles subside, its pale skin is singed. There are holes and cuts all across its body as its eyes, one just gone, melted away, but the other pink glow.
And then, so it looks really hurt, right? Like on death's doors.
It looks really bad. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna, fuck it. I'm also not looking great. I'm gonna run up because Fresno can't attack unless they're within 5 feet of me. But I'm gonna run within 5 feet of this thing and have Fresno attack.
Okay. Yeah.
Does a 15 hit?
You charge in. What do you say to Fresno to get him to attack?
Fresno. Get him, boy. Get.
Rico, that's a no face.
You go charging. You run in, and Fresno leaps in, and the hand extends, and you see a claw go through where Fresno's jaw would be. You know he's not hurt because he can't actually get hurt, but he is now like pinned by that creature.
Okay, bad move.
You just killed a dog, bro.
And I'm gonna backpedal on my move and Misty Step again back to where I was.
Okay. You just Misty Step away. And it's Marina's turn next.
Okay. She's going to try to cast the spell Calm Emotions at 5th level.
Okay.
So he has to do I guess everybody has to do a charisma saving throw.
And you're doing it at 5th level? Yeah, so the level one, these affect more and more people. So at this level, it affect everybody.
Yeah, it affects a large group in a 20-foot sphere.
I got a 21.
You're fine.
I got
I'm trying to beat a what?
17.
Oh my god, I got exactly 17.
You're okay.
I got a 15 plus 2.
I rolled a 6.
Yeah! We calmed him.
So, the Bone Claw is no longer interested in our party. It's as if she did. These aren't the people you're looking for.
Oye, vieja. Did you just pull a Jedi mind trick?
I don't want this thing roaming around my woods. If we're taking polls on how we're gonna deal with this situation.
Its arms go limp. It's just standing there. This is a really semantic thing. It's technically undead, not a humanoid.
What?
But I will, because we are interested in storytelling, we're gonna break that rule, like we break things at this table, and its arms just go limp, and it stands there.
Marina Necromancer.
Anything else? Yeah. It is now your. Sorry, go ahead.
She maybe gently suggests that it go to a river and let the river save it. So, just lie down in the river and be calm.
Can you do that? Is that a thing?
Oh, that's how calm
it
emotion.
Is.
Until somebody hits it, or hurts it, or it perceives it's in danger, it will just be disinterested.
Yep, would suffocation not be considered?
As soon as it started to suffocate, it would save itself. Yeah.
That's the thing. It wouldn't. I don't think it's not like suggestion where it'll do it. It just is now indifferent towards you. So it's not fighting anymore, but it's still like standing there with its eyes on you all.
Look, I don't know who you two are. I see you. May I refer to you as Ghost Lady? Is that an alright moniker for you? And swear there was another person that I don't see anymore. Oh wait, no, they got wrapped up.
Oi, wait.
No, he's
Oh,
being
yeah,
held. He's still being grappled by the bone claw.
I like use the back end of my axe to like rip him free. Just like grab on.
You don't
Go
want to
ahead and do
hurt
an athletics
the
check.
bone claw.
I know. I'm like Angel holds on to the butt end of my axe, and I just like pull him out.
I see what
But
you're doing.
Yeah.
I can roll an athletics
So you're
check.
helping me. You're helping me with my athletic check.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, can I give Angel get advantage? with that?
Sure. Yeah, we can do it that way.
That is just a straight 19.
Okay. Yeah, you manage to slide off painfully. You feel the nails exiting your body as you slump. It's technically your Azir's turn.
I have my Azir walk up, and we're kind of calm now, and I say to these two, like, look, I don't know who you two are. Neither of you have ever been through my town. I just accidentally unveiled one of my greatest secrets that I have on this good earth. I need to kill this thing, because if this thing gets free of your whatever it is you're doing, if other authorities find out some kind of magical beast is roaming these forests, they're going to send people to learn about things, and then they may discover me, and then I might be in danger. My mom might be in danger. I shouldn't even be speaking too much. Now, I'm going to have my fire dwarf murder this thing. Do either of you have any qualms with that?
Hey, May, let me hide first.
What?
Let me hide first, May.
Sure, yeah. If you would like to hide out before my Azir does anything, that's perfectly fine with me.
An unhello hide. Is that okay, Rico?
Okay.
Does my Azir have advantage since it's just standing like...
Yeah, I mean, right now, if you don't hide, it has advantage. But if he hides... fuck it. Yes, advantage. Because it's indifferent. It's not moving. It's not trying to fight.
Marina is going to move away. Not necessarily hiding, but she's going to start going toward the direction she last saw the child.
Okay.
That was in nat 19, so that hits.
That hits. You don't have to roll damage.
Okay.
But how about you tell me how the Azir, how your conjured friend takes care of this?
It takes its warhammer and it hits it right in the abdomen, and when this thing curls around it, I imagine it like comes out of this calm emotion and it freaks out for a moment, and then like a mini fireball comes out of this warhammer, and both the Azir and the bone claw are like disintegrate together.
Just gone completely. Where once there were two, there is now none.
You also see
bit of ash.
You see this like when you finally get like Rel looks kind of cowboy-y. He's got like this shirt on. He's got suspenders and some trousers, and he's got like a long belt buckle. He's just minus the hat. But you see he pulls out from his belt buckle, instead of a gun, is like a vial, and he starts taking samples of like the bone claw. That'd be interesting to study later.
Do a dex check.
Okay. Wow, nat 19. I don't add anything to it.
Okay. The powder is, even though it's a fine powder and it's hard to maneuver, you're able to like eat, nice and carefully put it into these vials to get out of the combat music. Marina begins to walk off, following the path in the direction that they came from. Angel, Have you disappeared? Are you hiding again?
After seeing that the monster is dead, he comes out and he goes and talks to Rel and he says, "Oi, Magico, Magico, come here, ven aquí."
Okay, sure. Uh, sorry, my name's Rail, by the way.
Oh, Angel. And he does a majestic bow and offers his hand to kiss.
Rail looks at it confused for a moment, but then kisses his hand. Are you some kind of royalty where you come from?
Hey, I'm royalty in blood, man.
What does
And
that
he
mean?
and he hits his heart.
By the
Because
by
I'm
the
a magic
way,
caster too, man.
are you guys okay? Do you need like, damn? Do you guys need a fuck? Do you guys need a place
This
to
is exactly
stay
what you're
and
gonna ask me.
hang out for a moment? I don't. God damn it.
I was gonna ask, man. You
Rail.
said you have a house and family. I need a heal. I'm gonna die, man. You see this blood loss?
Okay,
And he
okay.
points at all the stab wounds that he has that are bleeding
I
profusely.
understand. Look, I don't got family where my place is, but it's cozy. You'll be able to keep your feet dry. And I don't got much in the ways of food, but I've got a lot of salted food. I got salted offal. I got jerky. I got some dried leeks, dried fruits. Things of that nature. Mainly just provisions, but you know, you're welcome to my
Got any
pantry.
vegetables, man?
Yeah, I got canned peaches.
I got some. I got some bad acid reflux.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I feel like,
Salt.
frankly, that's
No
not
good,
really,
man.
that's not conversation that strangers need to be having. Why don't you follow me in Fresno? And I whistle like the cool way, the way that I actually can't do. And Fresno comes out from like behind the shadow of a tree.
Isn't Fresno within 5 feet of you?
Yeah. I do actually have to like stop in Fresno and be like, Fresno, these two are good. They're fine. They can come near me.
You don't really see, like, you guys can make out the shimmer. It's like this weird reflection of light, refraction, or slight refraction of light, kind of way of looking into a river, how the light bends slightly. So you know that there's the shape of a dog there because you see Rel like putting his hand and petting, but it, if it wasn't for that faint shimmer, you'd have no idea what's going on. And you hear a little as you feel it sniffing at your legs.
Oh, Magico.
Hey, he's just
Hi.
getting your scent so that way he knows you all are friends. It's just what he does. Don't worry about it. Why don't y'all follow me? I'll show you my place.
All right, sounds good, man.
And with that, we talked about me having some like very minor magic items. Is I just have like a lumber sack of holding, I imagine. Is like it can only be used to just put lumber in. And as we go back, I like walk over to my big like tree that I felled earlier, and I'll be like, I just gotta grab this, and I pull out like a little rucksack, and I just start wrapping this entire tree up in a bag.
Mary Poppins style, or Halloween Town style.
Yeah, it's like 15 feet tall.
And then as Rel is doing that, Angel goes to Marina and he whispers to her, "Oi, what about the girl? You gonna save her, man? Cause if
I
so,
think,
I'm totally with it, man. She tried to kill us, man."
well, I don't see her anymore. I don't think she's here
Just
anymore.
let you know, man. As soon as we find her, man, I'm pushing her in a river.
What are you guys
That's all
talking
I wanted
about?
to do. Give her to the river.
What about rivers?
Oh, it's nothing, Chamaco. It's nothing, eh? We just mess around. We fooling around. We like to play in the river. We like to go inner tubing. It's a whole thing, So maybe
There's
sometimes you can go inner tubing with us.
There's a small river that comes from the rainfall up in the mountains that comes down. If you guys need to wash up or wash any clothes, you can do that there. It's just about a 10-minute walk behind my house, but Rel has finally
Oh,
put the
great.
bag over his sack and keeps walking towards his tower.
Angel will follow. He'll follow you to your place
Awesome.
to regroup.
Marina.
She'll follow.
All right. After a short little walk, you reach a small clearing. The forest kind of dips down a little bit. You find yourself going down this hill, and at the base of that hill, suddenly, hey, buddy! Suddenly, you realize there's a tower standing in front of you, hidden from the rest of the world because of that small dip. And Rel, describe your beautiful building.
Rel's tower looks on the outside like a little decrepit. It's got like a lot of moss around it, and like some of the stone has been chipped off. But like as you get closer and closer to look at it, you can tell that this has all been like meticulously done to make it look like it's broken down from afar. But it's pretty nice. It's got like a little garden out front with some like minor vegetables. There's like onions and potatoes growing out front. And he's got one goat on the right hand side of his tower. Um, and then when you walk in, he opens the door. It's got like a big wooden oak door, and he opens it, and you see it's got a spiral staircase that goes. It's only 2 stories tall, with big circular windows on it, and the bottom layer is a study room. And it has like big wall of like books from stuff, but they all look like compendiums. Like this is an encyclopedia of birds. This is an encyclopedia of this subject. Like none of them are like storybooks or anything. They're all just for study. Um,
Very academic.
Yes, and then in the right, he's got like a little mini kitchen set up. It's not very big, but he's got like a wire cabinet with a bunch of like canned goods and whatnot, and a small fireplace in the corner near the door that goes up to the top area. And the top room is like kind of 3 quarters, and Rel points out, it's just my bedroom up there. It's nothing fancy, but the fireplace extends up there too, so that's nice. It stays warm during the winter. And he points to the couches. He goes, "Make yourselves at home. If you're really hurt, you can take my bed if you need it. I'm fine. I can just make another."
Oh, me! And immediately as he says that, Angel goes into his bed and starts bleeding everywhere, and like gets under the sheets, under
Oh,
the covers,
jeez. Oh,
and just
God.
takes a very long rest to try to heal up, and doesn't actually care about the mess he's making, and yeah.
um,
He's just gonna make yourself at home in this tower, just right off
Yeah,
the bat.
because he said make yourself at home. So immediately, oh, thanks, Holmes. Thanks, Majuko. And then he goes up into his bed. Says, oh man, this is really nice.
What
got
are you
really
calling
nice
me,
dicks
by
up
the
in
way?
here.
What are you calling when you said Magico? What are you
Oh,
saying
Majuko?
right there? Yeah.
It's a magic user, man.
Oh, all right,
It's
all right.
slang.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, I
Majuko. I'm a
appreciate it.
Majuko. She a Majuko.
Okay, well, I would appreciate, man. We're just in the woods and surrounded with just each other. So if you guys wouldn't mind, as if we ever go to a town, just try not to refer to me as such. People know me around here as Rel. I like that name, so.
Ah, got you,
Re-
Majuko.
Rel starts takes chewing tobacco out and starts chewing. You see, he's got like a little spit jug in the corner.
Oh man.
Hey man, you got something harder than that?
No, nothing besides alchemical supplies.
Oh, rats, man.
I've
You
got
got anything
death
that can
ward.
heal me, man?
Yeah, I have like a study filled with like magical. Can I try and whip up a minor healing potion or something?
Yeah, go ahead and do a medicine check.
I'm also proficient with alchemical tools.
Okay. Then do a. In that case, do a intellect with your proficiency.
Oh, wow, really? Okay, it's a +9.
Yeah. You're welcome.
That is a 14. Still not great.
Okay. It's gonna take you a bit of time. Um,
Well, for
if you've been
flavor,
studying on potions of late. Go ahead.
we're like, I don't, if I can't make something like real, like for like game mechanics purposes, like I would like to say for long resting, is just giving Angel just like a salve that I like put over some of his wounds. I'm like, just like, here, put this, like,
Love
I
it.
got this bandage gauze, just put over your wounds right here. There you go.
Love it.
It's like a
Love it.
band-aid. Made mostly out of honey and deathwort, but don't worry, it's just a weird name.
A band-aid?
Yep. So he wasn't able to whip up any extra potions for you all, but yeah, that's gonna help you with the healing of the long rest. Little flavor.
And while Angel is in my bed, I just want to approach Marina and be like, "You haven't spoken too much. Are you okay? Did something happen when that thing was chasing y'all?"
We weren't able to save the child.
What? There was a child in danger?
She ran off, and then we were attacked. I can't. I just have to lay down and sleep.
So, wait. Can I? Wait. So you had a little child, a small little youngin, and then that monster showed up. And as the monster showed up, kid jumps out of your arms and just runs out and runs off in a direction. Do you remember which direction they went in or anything like that? Like, can we find him in the city?
Majiko. Vieja over here. She don't know what she's talking about, man. It's just the children we saw in the woods, man. It's nothing. It's nothing too intense. You don't have to worry
Oh,
about
you
it.
think she hit her
She
head?
probably did. Don't worry about any children, man. She likes to
Yeah.
save children. It's a whole
Don't worry
thing.
about it. She's crying. She's sobbing right
Man,
here
she's
in my
always
study.
crying. Don't worry about it. Don't look any further into this, man.
Rel, make an insight check. Angel, make a
I'm not good at
perception
those.
check.
Joke's on you, boy.
I'm sure you're much better
And
at deception than I am.
I'm gonna
at
give
insight.
Rel advantage because that was a horrible lie.
Okay. It's 18.
That was the definition of sketchy.
Guess what? 18. I got an 18 plus where's my deception? Where's my deception?
Plus 12, 30.
Plus 11.
Impossible.
Plus
Yeah,
11.
20.
So 29.
Yeah, you're kind of taken aback by how quickly he's speaking for her, but I mean, they've seemed super honest so far.
We're legit, man.
Okay, all right. Look, if I'm honest with y'all are the first magic users besides myself that I've encountered. So I'm sorry if I'm a little suspicious. It just feels weird. I've spent 25 years on this earth looking for this kind of thing, and all of a sudden it falls on my doorstep, seemingly out of nowhere. I feel like I'm in a fairy tale a little bit. So I really don't want to just, let y'all stay and just let that be that. I don't know. I'm interested in your story, so to speak. Who are you guys?
As you're talking, Marina does this, and suddenly there's no more blood stains, but blood is still starting to seep through, where she's still a little bit wounded. Because she hasn't gotten to take a long rest yet.
I think we're like in the process of our long rest right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
These
So less blood, but every once in a while you'll see her hands go over and the blood just disappears.
You see, Rel's got mending, so you guys just like will get blood on a couch or someplace, and he'll just like put it, like get his wand out and just like tap it.
Oh, Majiko, that's pretty cool, man. Here, watch this.
He always says, "Winning." And that cleans it. Winning.
And then, as you do that, Angel slices his hand and just
Oh,
bloodies everything. Like, hey, do this, man! And he touches
you
like a
really
book.
gotta stop. You gotta stop. Hey,
Angel.
easy. Those things.
Angel, why does he need that
Relish-
wand?
Just for
Oh,
like
man.
story purposes, I think like Hell has been fucking around in his house so long that
Oh,
like
yeah.
he accidentally like tries to get blood on his actual spell book, which is in his study, and like his big one that he has, and like Rel like actually pushes you and is like, easy now, partner. All right.
Hey,
You can,
hey,
you can,
Magico!
hey.
You said to make yourself friends. We're friends, bro.
Yeah.
We're brothers for life.
Yeah, and I don't
he
know what
outstretches
friends
his
start.
bloody hand to you.
I don't know what friends get blood on all of the. Look, he points to his book. This is an ancient book. All right. At least I'm pretty damn sure it's ancient. Okay. It doesn't matter why I have it. It taught me magic when no one else did. All right. So, and he shakes your hand and
Oy.
goes, "All right. So, chill out."
Did you
I
hear what
respect that,
Marina
Holmes.
said? I want to make sure because I think that was pretty good.
No.
Marina was like wondering why. Go ahead, Marina.
Why does he have to use his wand?
Oy. I heard some Magicos. They don't got the. They gotta use the sticks. Man, the man got a stick.
What? Wait. Do you guys not have to use a wand to do magic?
Nah, man, I don't need a stick. And as he says that, he pulls off his glove and he casts Mage Hand. And as he does that, the glove goes from black to white, and it does a cool little bloop, 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 bloop with the hand.
Oh, yeah. Well, I can't. I really can only do the magic if I have the wand. Also, I usually need my spell book, but for the smaller things, I got that trapped in my head how they're supposed to be done.
Marina
That's a neat trick.
With my Mage Hand.
Whoa, wait, Marina first.
Marina sees a small, like maybe a squirrel or something, and just reaches out her hand, and the squirrel comes up and sits in her hand, and she starts petting it because she has cast animal friendship.
Soon, two more squirrels make their way in as the sun is now rising. It's now like 8 o'clock in the morning. So the
thanks
forest
for-
is becoming more lively.
Thanks for showing me this hole in my wall. Rel begins patching it.
Should we
Hey,
save
yeah.
these squirrels?
Oh, no.
This
I
one's
don't
a
like no
little one.
squirrels. No,
It's
I
a
don't like no
little
squirrel.
baby. We should save it.
Yeah, you go ahead, man. You go ahead. I think you got a bathroom up in there.
I think that squirrel seems fine. I mean, I can see its mom actually right outside the window. Looks to be looking for that squirrel. Yeah. So
She shouldn't have let it out of her sight.
I feel like. Well,
the
I
squirrel
saw
is
you.
in danger now.
Hey, man, don't press this. Don't press this.
What's she gonna do with the squirrel? It's a baby
She's gonna save
squirrel.
it, man. She's gonna save it.
How is she gonna save? Just let it out the door and it'll be fine.
No, man. Just let it
Walking
happen.
toward where you have water stored.
It's like I have a sink over there.
Okay, so she
She's gonna
starts
give it a
filling
bath,
the
man.
sink.
It got mange.
She's gonna give the squirrel a bath. Why?
Yeah, it's got mange, man.
It has to
Why
be
animals got
returned to
mange,
the
man?
water.
Let's do one
Yeah,
more
it's a whole
insight
thing. It's a
check
forest.
just for shiggles. One more insight check. Right.
That's a 16.
As Addison freezes.
Oh, good.
Oh man, what a face to be frozen too. Go ahead and roll deception. Not deception. There he is.
Oh. What was that?
I guess do a persuasion. No, deception again. You're still feeding him lies.
I
You're
got
just
him,
feeding
man. You can't just
bold-faced
say
lies.
she's gonna kill something. Ooh, 5 plus 11, 16.
I think
I'm gonna. Yeah, you
got
rolled
a
16.
Yeah, I got a 16.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, you start to you start to believe that you start to catch on that something is off. Um,
Look, Marina, why don't you put that squirrel down? Just let it outside, all right? Let's just let the squirrel go. I just don't really want a wild animal in my home anymore. If that's all right.
It's understandable, man.
Just give it back
Take
to
it.
its mom.
I'll take it outside to the river.
No, I'd prefer. You're gonna leave a blood trail to the river and back to my house. I really appreciate if you just maybe just just stayed inside, open the door, let the squirrel out of your hand, let it go
There's
back
no
to its
blood
mom.
trail.
I just feel like whatever. I don't think you're gonna do something nice with that squirrel. I feel like you're gonna hurt the squirrel. If I'm honest.
Just gonna
I gotta be
return
real.
it. I'm gonna return it to the river.
The squirrel has curled up in your hand a little ball and is taking a little squirrel nap now.
Yeah, what do you mean return it to the river? That's a land animal. It
Hey,
needs
man,
air to
all
breathe,
animals
not water.
go from the water. Don't you know evolution?
Okay, then let me put you in the
That's my
in the
home,
river.
man.
How about that? That's your home. The river's your home. Let's go to the
All right,
river,
let's
you
go.
and I.
And Angel,
Okay, let's all go to the river.
storms out of the room, really mad to prove his point, and he
You
starts
guys
just
will
going
both come
towards
to the
like.
river willingly.
Well, this is still
I
remember
can
this is
save
all
you from the
happening.
people who enslave magic.
This is all happening during the long rest, so you don't storm. If you storm out, you're not rested yet. Just for the
Okay.
record. For the record, you're still injured.
Rel's gonna walk very carefully over to Marina and just be like, let me just get the squirrel.
You're going to save it?
Yeah, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save the squirrel. Absolutely, I am. And I
Addison's back.
Sorry,
grab
my
the
Wi-Fi
squirrel.
keeps freaking out.
It's okay.
Okay, back to the tears. All right, so whatever little person you had earlier was probably in the same boat. Ralph just opens the door and lets the squirrel out. It's like, get the hell out of here! Get the hell out of here!
Angel, make an Arcana check.
Yeah, I will. Ooh-wee. Where's my Arcana? Oh, it is 13.
13. Even though it's been a solid 20 minutes since you were bleeding on books and stuff. There was a symbol that you just noticed on when Rel got all defensive about that spell book. That's been like itching at your head, like you've seen it before, and it's been like bothering you. And you know how sometimes like the memory just hits and you instantly remember something.
Yeah.
It's one of those moments where you instantly remember, oh, that's the symbol for that's the original draconic symbol for Rahayadari, the major city, or at least the ruined major city that has now been rebuilt not too far away.
I think he froze.
Hello?
Well, if he's
I can
frozen,
take
don't
him
forget
to
to
the
like and
river.
subscribe.
Yeah. Perfect. As I recognize that symbol perfectly, and we're already having this conversation. My glove, my mage hand that I've done, it goes invisible and it tries to steal the book away. And I don't even order. We're having this argument, and I remember it, but my mage hand is doing its own thing, trying to steal the book. So roll for that.
Yeah, make a sleight of hand.
Okay.
Sleight of mage hand.
Nice.
Sleight of mage hand.
That's a 27.
Goddamn.
27.
Yup.
Oof. Yeah. It's making its way into your bag as we speak. As you speak, rather. Oh, did my internet freeze this time?
No, I'm still here.
Okay.
I can still
Like
I
and
think it's just
subscribe.
passive.
Hit that button. Hit that heart.
Man, I don't even know what's going on. It keeps cutting in and out. It's wild.
That's okay, man. It happens.
But as the book comes back and floating back, I said, "Hey, why'd you steal this man? He's a nice guy." And Angel tries to hide the book from Rel without him knowing, and he said, oh, hey man, hey, Magico, I gotta use the bathroom real quick," and he just rushes towards the bathroom.
Oh, okay. You have to jimmy the thing to. All right. He's already in there.
He rushes off. So you're trying to hide. No, go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah, he's trying to hide so he can be able to like read the book further and see the secrets that it holds. Do I do like a roll for that? Can I do like an investigation or something
Yeah,
like that?
I would love for you to do another Arcana.
Boom. Okay. 18.
18. Rel, describe the book for him. What might he find in this?
It's like a technical, like academic spell book basically, but it's almost like what you'd imagine like the Half-Blood Prince book. It's like it has all this academic,
Yes.
but it has like writings on the side. It's not Rel's handwriting. It looks much older than him. Like the writing in it is much too old for him to have done it at that age that he would have been at. And it is like a good like 6 or 7 inches thick, and like each page is dedicated to like, this is how you utilize lightning magic, this is how you utilize acid, fire, and then like the latter half of the book goes into like a bunch of different spells that you can practice, and that is what you can probably ascertain makes up the bulk of Rel's little leather notebook spell book that he keeps.
Oh,
It's got a bunch of
Angel
gold
comes
and
out.
like green all over it. It looks like messed up.
Angel comes
And it's
out.
all draconic,
and,
which is important.
Yes.
perfect because
draconic.
he doesn't understand
Sorry.
draconic.
Mm-mm.
But he comes out. Angel comes out, and he's a mate. You do not want to go in there, mate. Also, you shouldn't leave this book around. It was just in your bathroom. It's just light bathroom reading.
That
And
is
he hands
awful. What do you?
the book back to Rel.
I was like visibly
Yeah,
pissed
man.
off.
It was already in there.
No, it wasn't.
It
You
was
tried to
already in
bleed.
there. It
You
was
tried to
already-
bleed on it
it was.
earlier. No, you tried to
Oh
bleed
no,
on
no,
it
that
earlier.
was a different book, man. That
No,
was a
it
different
wasn't.
book, man. That was
No,
a
it
different
wasn't.
book.
I pushed you
It
because
kinda
it was
was.
this book. Because it was this book, I pushed you. I wouldn't have pushed you for any other book. Literally any other book.
Man.
You could have broken a plate and I wouldn't have cared.
Marino,
Man,
make an
this
insight
is
check.
different. This is a different book.
Rel puts the book down and then says, Fresno, if anybody comes within this book, attack. And Fresno now sits at guard in front of my spellbook.
Marina, you get this. You start to sense loss, lack of family, and you get this air of that book being a prized possession belonging to familial connections. As his defensive stance and his anger boils, you can't help but to relate with your, own anger of losing people you love.
So, I think she is going to try to detect thoughts.
Ooh, on Rel?
Yep.
Wow. Okay. That means Rel.
I think the way detect thoughts works is that it's like you just get the surface thoughts immediately, but then you make somebody makes a wisdom save if you want to delve deeper.
To probe deeper. Yes. Okay, so what's the surface thought?
I think Rel is just like, get the fuck away from my goddamn spell book. I don't even know you. You're a goddamn stranger. I just try and do a nice thing for y'all, and you guys are just abusing my hospitality. It's like Rel's deep thought. It's in his inner.
Go ahead and make that wisdom save.
Okay. That is a 19.
19. Okay. As Marina tries to delve a little deeper, the spell ends.
I
You
think
catch
that-
on. You feel watchful eyes. You feel that internal probing, and your brain like shuts her out.
I think you do catch like the like last hint of like dad.
Mijo, so much loss.
What are you doing in my freaking brain? Who are you people?
Hey, bien.
Angel, when you unfreeze, if you don't stop freezing, I'll have to take you to the river. But when you unfreeze, Angel,
There he is.
People don't like it when you look into their heads. man.
Angel, he's so sad.
I'm not sad. I was fine before you two
We
showed
should
up.
help him be less sad.
Hey, man, I got the hookup for you. You've been really hospitable to us. But let me tell you, man, you like magic, right?
Well,
It's just or no, man.
yeah, I like magic. I like doing magic.
I got the place for you, man. I know the Armadillo man.
The
He
who?
Wizard. He magico, just like you and me. Armadillo man.
Okay,
You don't know
all right.
Armadillo man?
No, I don't,
I
man.
take you to Armadillo man.
Okay.
Best wizard, librarian, anyone in the whole town. Whole town.
You've been
Amazing.
here before?
I know of Armadillo man. Who doesn't know Armadillo man?
Okay, well, it's still really early. It's like 5 a.m., so, you know.
Okay, we do
There's
this.
a lot.
We
Let's
sleep. Armadillo man.
Yes, that sounds like fine. Let's do that. Rel angrily kicks Angel out of his own bed.
And you go
That
to.
is the
Whoa,
whole-
whoa,
yeah,
whoa,
it's
whoa,
like-
Angel, calm down. Calmate. And she takes you down to the couch and starts tucking you in. And,
Gracias, vieja. Gracias.
and she
Oh, this
starts
is
singing you a
lovely.
lullaby.
A soft song
I know
begins to
that.
be sung. And Rel, you actually, even though you're mad about this intrusion in your life, confused by these people, hearing that song brings a little comfort. You have a flashback of before you can remember, just hearing that while being carried with your parents before he was taken away, of course. So, a long rest will occur, and I think it's the perfect time for us to take a little break before we totally shift gears. So, thanks everyone for watching, tuning in, sticking around with us as we have our crazy Act 1 of our story. Be sure to hit that like and follow button below. Subscriptions, always. We're trying to hit 36 followers before the new year, and we're trying to get 5 more subscribers before, not New Year, before the end of the month. So help us out, help us reach our goals by hitting those buttons below. Also, you can follow us at BTT_RPG on Twitter and on Instagram, BTT.RPG on Facebook, or Break the Table RPG here on Twitch or on YouTube. Stay tuned for our merch store, hopefully opening up pretty soon, where you can get awesome Break the Table t-shirts. They look really awesome. And again, shout out to Bert R. and Tony D., our newest patrons. You can join them by becoming a patron on our Patreon. What we're going to do now is take a nice 15-minute break, little stretch our legs, make sure you get some water during that time. And then we're going to come back and pick it up with the second half of our adventure. Looking at a different part of this world, potentially. In the meantime, we will also have a quick little mid-break performance by a friend of mine, Raleigh Mosley. We're going to watch his music video, Teach Me, I'll Love You. So stay tuned for that. Again, hit that follow button below to help us out. and we'll see you back on our table in just a little while.
Teach me how to do it and show me how
to do it. I'll love you. I'll love, love, love. Teach me how to do it. Show me how to do it. I'll love you. I'll love you. Teach me how to do Welcome back to Break the Table. So sorry about that delay. My entire everything decided to freak out on me. So that was fun, but we're here, we're back, and we can't wait to jump back into Roleplay Varied Redemption. Once again, we are artists of the global majority trying to redefine the genre of fantasy with role-playing games. So we would love your help. So hit that like button below to follow us. And if you're feeling extra generous, you can also subscribe to us or become a patron so you can get extra content. We're going to have monthly specials coming out for our subscribers and our patrons starting super soon. We also have stickers that we're giving to our patrons, and the patrons get storyboarding sessions, which is the planning that we do behind it all. Quickly want to shout out a couple people. Let me give a shout out to Hyena Fiend and Dave Dunn Did It and Pebble Crumbs for subscribing. Thank you for jumping on that train and getting us going. And so join them by hitting the subscribe button. That bar is wrong. Our bar is wrong. We have more than just one subscriber, but you can join them and push that bar even higher. So this rendition of Roleplay Varied is a little different. We're changing things up. I was the narration manager for the first half, but I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to the man who is taking it over for the second chunk. Go ahead and take it away, Addison.
All right, thanks, Rika. I'll be your narration manager for the second half. Cool. So, as we've already left off with our other characters, we now go to a different scene, a scene where it's in the town, and where we find ourselves with two people, Carnelis Festine and Melman Rockstar, and they are walking through the desert streets, and as they come across themselves the library, and this library is like an oddly shaped library. It's a circle. It's a cylinder. It's like a giant Coke can, just from the bottom up to the top. It's very out of place in this town of boxes. But this one library is full of magical places. And as you walk up to it, you enter. And as you enter, there it is a small room, and it's very rustic. It's Adobe-esque, where if you go into the Southwest, a lot of times there's the Adobe houses. That's what it's like. Very rustic. And in this, there is only there's two doors in this room. There's the door you came from, and then the second door is a door that is behind an armadillo man. And this armadillo man has a nice little cap on, and he has a staff, and the staff, you can tell, is made out of dried cactus, and he has facial hair all over him. And immediately as the door opens, he looks up happy, but then seeing the two of you, he is disappointed and immediately looks down again, back to his work that he was doing. And as he did, and I will leave that off to you now.
Master, this is the place. I was told of great magics can be found here.
Carnelis looks over his shoulder, kind of downcast to Melmond, rubbing in his hand this rune on a necklace, this beautiful blue stone with this odd symbol on it. And he turns to his halfling companion and says, "Are you sure this is the only place we can find more information about this? It's so rustic."
Well, your master, I'm sure even with your great stature and whatnot, you would still want to be discreet. So doing this somewhat away from your places of business, you know, the old phrase, excuse my language, dear sir, but don't shit where you eat.
All right. Moments that he says with a sigh. His scales kind of shimmer in anger. His bronze scales. And he slowly steps in. He doesn't like people much, and so he's looking at the armadillo man and kind of waiting to be acknowledged, staring at him.
Melman sighs with relief and enters his bronze power armor that covers his stubbed legs that allow him to stand upright and walk. And he walks forward covered in this metallic armor and is right behind Carnelius, making definitely sure not to step on his cape.
As and Carlos kind of turns and goes, "My lord, your feet are so loud on this floor. Did you ever install those rubber foots we talked about?"
Yes, my lord, I did, but they disrupted some of the mechanisms inside of the thing, so I figured that it was much better to be productive over soft.
Fair. Again,
Perhaps in the castle I will be.
The armadillo man, he's just looking straight up at his book and licks his finger, turns the page. Doesn't even look like he notices you.
So would you like me to make introductions, or would you like to go forward?
Melman, I don't believe this man knows who I am.
Oh, okay. Well, what would you like me to tell him?
I don't know. Cornelis is completely dumbfounded.
What is the name of your company?
What
do you mean?
Of
Your
course.
father's company.
Yes, Cornelis is dumbfounded. He's very surprised. Most people are well aware of the Traval company. They are the ones who run the water industry out here in Reheodari. They are, even though Cornelis has spent most of his life on the upper cliffs of the city, he's often recognized wherever he steps out. He's used to having to disguise himself somewhat discreetly. So yes, he's very, very perturbed by the what he takes as disrespect by this armadillo man.
Melman is like slowly thinking right now of what to say. And Melman goes up to the armadillo and says, my dear sir, allow me to introduce champion of the Fire League martial arts, heir to the Traval Company, near to nobility, near to divinity, the great Cornelius Festine.
Oh, yes.
As you say this, the armadillo man slowly looks up from his book. He gives you the most apathetic look you've ever seen. And he says, Sekianetis. And he looks back down at his book and continues reading.
Was that your name? Sekianetis?
I'm sorry, what?
He looks up again.
You're sick on you're sick on a Deus. A sickened Amadeus. Is this man a composer?
Mi común, lo bueno. And he looked down again. You can do an intelligence check to see what kind of language he's speaking.
Sure.
Yeah.
I shall do it. And you said investigation or
And,
intelligence?
let's do an investigation.
There they are.
Okay. Ooh, that's a 26.
I won't. In fact, I just look at Melmond. I don't even like.
Don't even do anything. Melmond, you know that this armadillo man, he, for whatever reason, he's speaking abyssal.
My dear Cornelius, this man is he's speaking abyssal. Have you learned that in your studies as of yet?
Abyssal. I thought.
Is it a language spoken by primordial beings?
I thought that was a dead one. Isn't that a dead one? They still speak that out here.
Well, apparently this armadillo. Like I said, this place is. My tips are always good. If a person's speaking abyssal, you know that there must be magic. Excuse me, sir. Please show us to your nearest magics.
He's gonna
And
roll.
Cornelius kind of absent-mindedly holds the necklace loosely from the chain, just letting the blue rune kind of be visible.
As you say magics, you can see his eyes dart up from his book, and he starts to stand up. He says, "Los libros están por esa puerta," and he points to the door.
Now, can I roll some kind of
Wait, which
check
door?
to try
The
and
door
see if I can
behind him?
discern?
The door behind him. He's pointing to the door behind him.
Can I discern the meaning?
Okay.
Just try.
Yeah, if you want to do a language,
or...
do an insight check.
Okay. Nat 20. Wow. Wow. I almost didn't even want to crit.
So you know by just his body language, his tone of voice, and his gesture that whatever reason, books are through that door. And if you want to find what you're looking for, you have to go through that door.
Guys, I'm feeling my way through this man's manner of speak, I think. Let me see. The arm pointing due west, and then the manner of the vocal tone, the patterns of doorway. I think we should go through the door.
I figured it out.
Oh, what did you get, my dear sir?
The door.
Oh, you did it! Bravo!
He's pointing
bravo!
The door. Yes,
Cornelius.
I think we should go in that direction.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh. Melman does a little dance around Cornelius.
Stop. Melman, I've told you that stopped being funny when I was 14.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Cornelius. I'm so sorry.
As he starts to walk through the door.
Let us go forward, yes.
As you begin to walk through the door,
I drop an exorbitant amount of gold into the armadillo's hand as thank you. 10 gold.
Oh, perfect. You know what? Because of that, as he takes the gold, he goes, "Pero una advertencia para ti."
Yes, of course.
And
he said, "Don't get a paper cut, dear Cornelius."
Well, thank him for his concern.
He looked Melmond right in the face, and he does a book gesture, and he shakes his head. "No abrir libros libremente." And he goes back to his book.
Okay. That seemed like a warning of some kind, but
if you want to do an insight check, you can do an insight check on it. See if you know maybe what I said.
Wow. Shout out to the number 2. because that's a 6.
You don't know what he said.
Cool.
He
Cornelis
said,
is already halfway in the room.
"Yeah, you're happy that you already kind of figured it out that you made Cornelis happy, and there's so you don't really care. It's like whatever. He just said whatever. He's just an old man."
Well, here we are, and can you describe this room in front of us?
Yes, I can. As you enter this door, before you actually open it, as you go to open, it jams a bit, and as it does, it doesn't actually necessarily open for Cornelis.
The door?
The door.
Oh, these things can be finicky, Cornelius. Let me try them.
He'll try it
And
twice. Yep, he'll try twice and go, Melmond! Melmond!
Of course. Let me.
Melmond, leave them alone. Yes. Thank you.
Melman tries to open the door.
As Melman tries to open the door, do a perception check real fast.
Okay.
Both of you, if you want.
Let me see what my skill. Ooh, that's only a 7.
Ooh, thank you for the +6. It's a 9.
Neither of you notice. You are so absorbed into yourself that you do not see this armadillo man stomping his cane into the ground and allowing Melman to open the door. And as you both walk into this door, into this room, one of the first things you're noticed is it's extremely high. Like, you look up and it is 100 feet tall in the air. Like, from outside, it doesn't look that tall. Like, you would say maybe it's about 30, 40 feet up. But inside, it is 100 feet, if that. It is just tall.
Melmond.
And
Melmond.
Yes, my lord.
Those mushrooms we had for lunch. Where did you get them from again?
I got them from a local mushroom stand in town.
Queer.
That's and as you look around,
what else do we...
So as you look around, you notice that it does very much follow the shape, like outside. It is a giant circle. So it is this circle, and in the middle of it is a column of books. So on to your left and to your right, and all around, there's just books, and it goes up. So it's like a donut of books, if you can imagine that. And right as you step forward, a sign.
I'm looking for an organized a system of organization. I'm looking for like cards,
yes.
like.
And
well, how do they find it?
And as you step into this library, a magic sign poofs appears in front of you, and it tells you that how this library works is the common books are on the first layer of the library. So that's like any type of books, like maybe you want to learn about cooking or whatever. The second level is uncommon books. And then the third level are rare books. And so to get to these books, essentially anyone can get the books on the first level. You have to climb a ladder to get to the second level, and you have to climb up even further to get to the third level of rare books.
I see. Well, what should can I look at the amulet that Cornelis has? I'm like, Cornelis, may I see that amulet you got from your box of goodies?
Oh, yes, of course. And he goes ahead and takes it. As he passes on, he continues, yeah, that was the only thing nice this month. There's been better stuff before, but I gotta say, it does look a lot like those runes that I've been using lately. I'd love to know if it's adaptable.
And can I make like an Arcana check or something on it?
Oh yeah, go for it. You can do an Arcana check. Go for it.
Nice. That's a 16.
You know from your Arcana check that this has some sort of native lore to it, and that this is native magic. This is like older magic, and maybe finding a book on lore might help you.
So this is native magic. The people that came before our current civilization, they used to
Yes.
make things like this. Yeah, and he gives it back to Carnelius. We probably would want a book on their history. Honestly, a lot of it has been erased. So if I were to bet my money on it, I bet they'd be on the third level, the rare books. My dear Carnelius.
That would make sense. I can recall some of the tales from my learning. Correct me if I'm wrong, Melmond, but magic like this was the only kind that was allowed in the last 100 years or so. Correct? Most practicing was forbidden, but utilizing runes and such stayed.
Yes, of course. You were paying
As we
attention
walk.
during your studies, Cornelius. Yes, we kept much magic under wraps, but this was allowed mainly because of it had a lot of good properties that we utilized. But eventually, of course, the masses can no longer be controlled by such things, so we had to take certain liberties away. You know all these things, of course. Anyway.
Yes.
Cornelius, so there are two ways that we could go about this, Cornelius. One is we go up these ladders. The second, I can make a catapult out of my hands, and I could throw you up into the third level, and you could maybe catch a pillar. How does that sound?
Well, if I get hurt and my father finds out, he'll kill you.
Right, so perhaps...
Sounds good to me. I'd love to see that happen.
Oh,
Come on. No,
okay.
catapult away.
Okay, you're right.
And he kind of gets his shield out and gets prepared just in case.
Hey.
I can use a thrill or two. It's been a while. It's been a couple years.
Melman puts both hands together and they link to make one giant big hand. And I cast the spell catapult on Carnelius and throw him 60 feet in the air.
Okay, so you catapulting him is what, 60 feet, right? It's only going to get him to the second level. So if he wants to get to the third level, it's pretty high up there. It's at least, you're talking like 70
That's still a shortcut.
The air.
That's still a shortcut.
Oh wait.
And, actually, Carnelius is all.
It actually says the object flies in a straight line up to 90 feet in a direction you choose before falling to the ground.
Okay, so
the range
I'm
on
gonna
it is
say
60 feet.
how this insane thing is gonna work. I don't know why you. Never mind. How this is gonna work is Kevin is gonna do an attack roll, and it's going to determine if the catapult was good enough to get Carnelius up to the level he wants, and then if that succeeds, Carnelius 25. Okay, that succeeds. So now Carnelius has to do an athletics check to see if he's able to hold on.
I believe in you.
16.
No, please don't die.
That doesn't do it.
16.
What?
Doesn't
No!
Wait. So, I go, he grabs and he starts to fall. And as I'm falling, as Carnelius is falling, he panics a little and instinct kicks in, and he instantly hits his back where one of the runes is engraved in his plate mail on his shoulder, and it grants him a power of indomitability, and so he tries to yank himself up. I get to do reroll.
Okay, go for it.
Oh wait, no, that's a saving throw. I lied.
You know what?
That's for
I'll let you
saving
do it.
throws only.
I'll let you do it.
You want me to
Go
do it?
ahead. Sure, I can.
16.
No. So
Okay.
you do get sent up. You do get sent up 90 feet, but my friend.
Can
10,
do I have a moment to do some, try and catch him or something?
I mean, it's a far. Yeah, you got plenty of. I got
Sure.
airtime galore.
Yeah, you can try to catch him. Go for it. You want to try to catch him? Go for it.
You know what? Fuck you, Edison. I'm gonna cast web, and I'm gonna create a net underneath him, so my dear Carnella.
Okay. Let me see how this is gonna work. Okay. So first, let's read web for me. And I'll also look at web.
You conjure a mass of thicky stick webbing at a point of your choice within range. The webs fill a 20-foot cube from that point for the duration. The webs are difficult terrain and lightly obscure their area. If the webs are anchored between two solid masses or layered across a floor, wall, or ceiling, the conjured web collapses on itself and the spell ends at the start of your next turn. Webs layered over a flat surface of a depth of 5 feet. Each creature that starts with... Yeah, but that is the... how it's
Sure.
everything else.
Yeah. So what I'm gonna say is, even if you try to cast web, it's not gonna do anything, because remember, as it says, the conjured web collapsed on itself, even if you were able to do it, right?
No, but
So
that's
he's
if it's not anchored between two solid masses. Don't I have towers of books?
It's about 30 feet apart. That's what it is. Sorry if I didn't explain that. And it goes for a 20-foot cube.
So I just shoot web in the air and it does nothing?
I'll subtract a d6 from it. If you want to catch him, you can catch him.
Alright, I'll try and catch him. I'll catch my dear Carnellus. What do I have to do?
First let me roll this damage.
Carnellus jumped to my catapult.
15 plus 22.
I've utilized 2 spells on nothing.
37. 43.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh my god.
So as this goes to try... Okay, so this is how it's gonna work. Is as Carnellus is falling, Melmond, do an athletics check. And what's gonna happen, if you pass, Carnellus is going to take half damage, and you will take the full damage. But if you don't pass, he's going to take the full damage, and you'll take half damage.
Okay, I got a 14.
That doesn't pass. So, what did I say, 43? Something like that? Did I say 43?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Carnellus takes 43 falling damage from falling to the 90 feet, and half that is 21. Melman takes 21 points of damage.
Melman just starts crying. He's like, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh god, I'm dead.
And you know what? You guys kind of made me mad. So hold on, let me roll this real fast. Okay, nothing bad happens. Too bad, anyway. So as this happens, though, there is a sign. The sign that you saw first, it flies over to you, and it says, "Need a help? Use the ladders."
Melman,
Yes,
I thought those feats were supposed to be beneficial.
Well, easy. Well, you know, when you experiment and try new things, sometimes they fail, sometimes they don't. Would you like a healing, sire? Would you like a little bit of healing? Are
It'd
you
be
feeling
fine.
all right?
Sign, come here. Sign. And he starts trying to beckon the floating sign over.
That
Oh
is a
yes, the
full-
sign floats over to you for whatever reason.
That is a full 8. And I cast Cure Wounds, so you get 12 hit points back.
Sweet.
And, and the way Melman does that is he just like takes a shot out, and he's like, "All right, here we go," and he just sticks it in you.
Ow! You have to warn me. We've talked about this.
I'm going to die, I think, anyway. Your father's going to have me
Didn't get a
executed.
3-2-1. At least there's some things to look forward to this evening.
Is there not?
As he
I've
starts to
known.
limp.
I've known you since you were 8, dear boy. Do you think perhaps you could talk him out of it, or perhaps not mention this?
Oh, Melmond, it'll be fine. Relax.
Okay.
Relax. He's going to panic, and then I'll say something at the end. Let me enjoy myself. Sign. And he takes that necklace and just holds at the sign and goes, "What can you do? What is this sign?"
You know what? Do an intelligence check real quick, or do an insight check.
Insight?
Melman starts.
Yeah.
Insight.
Melman starts climbing the ladder.
Okay, thank you, Melman.
I get. Ooh, yes. 25 on insight.
It's just a sign. As you try to show it, you realize this is stupid. This is a sign. It has no sentience. It literally was here to just to sign.
Yeah, after it doesn't respond, he gets a little frustrated, and he's like, "What's even the point?" And I take the necklace goes ahead and goes around. I put it on my neck, and he's going to he's gonna go ahead and follow Melmond
up the ladder or a different ladder.
Probably the same ladder.
Okay. So, are you trying to get to the rare books, uncommon books, or common books?
Rare all the way.
Where are we going?
We're going to check out the rare ones. That's where we're going to find the best information.
Okay, great. So you are all set. You are both at least 70 feet up in the air. And so essentially how this works is do an investigation check for me.
I'm pretty good at those. That is a 24.
Perfect. Cornelis, you do not
What are you finding? He's not looking. Cornelis is not looking for anything. I walk up there, I get to that level, and I'm like, wow, this is incredible, Melmond. There's so much dust up here.
As Cornelis experiences that, Melmond, he sees this old-looking tome, and it's right in front of his face. And if you want to get it, you're going to have to go up 30 more feet to get it, because it's at the very tippy top of this bookshelf. But
the tippy top?
The tippy top.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Is my watch?
Google didn't get that.
We all go back in time 10 seconds. Melvin goes, I see something that looks to be of some interest at the very tip of top of this tower. It's about 30 more feet, Cardos. Are you able to keep going?
Give me a second.
Okay.
He says,
okay.
Which rune was it again? The healing one. The healing one. Which one was it, Melmond? I don't remember.
The healing what?
My healing rune. You installed it. I forgot where.
I
haven't
believe
been this hurt in a long time.
I believe I installed it on your palm, so that way it would be of ease to grab it. A wrist rune. A wrist rune.
Yep. And so he slams his wrist, and a wind emerges from around him, and this is me using second wind. So he heals for another. Heals for another 16 hit points.
Perfect.
And then there we go. Now I'm looking more normal. I guess I'm gonna start making my way up. Just trying to climb up that to that book.
Sure, yeah.
What else I think I can do?
So as you both climb up to the tippy top and you take this book out of its place, it doesn't have a title on it. It does. It's weird, leather bounded, very dusty. The pages are very like crinkly. Do you open it?
No, I think Melman's gonna do another investigation check on it. Try and look.
Yeah, I bring it back down first. I bring it down to Melman. Carnellus, even though he is, there is an air of naivety to him. People have tried to kill him. People have tried to poison him. So he's not an idiot. He just isn't aware of the world as a whole. So as he pulls it out and sees there's no title, he instantly goes, "I'm coming back down," and makes his way back.
Are you gonna go down all the way?
Goes, "All right, Melmond."
Are you gonna still stay on the ladder? Or
Just
are you gonna go
to where Melmond is.
Okay, so we'll say Melman is 70 feet above. Melman, if you want to do a investigation check, by all means, go for it.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Clarify. These ladders go up. There are no platforms at all. It's just a row of books.
It is just a giant, long ladder.
Got it.
Got a 16.
Got a 16? Perfect. As you look at this book, Carnellus hands it to you, and there's no markings about it, in fact. And you know from this era of book, you can kind of assume that the only way to kind of discern what this is to open this book.
Let's go down first before we open this.
I'm going to suggest the same thing, old man.
And both Melman and Carnellus do really cool and just like grip the sides of the ladder and just slide down.
No.
It's really
1,
cool.
2, 3. We've practiced this before.
Yeah. Carnellus has a fireman's pole in his room.
Dope. So you're at the bottom of the ladder with this ancient tome in your hand. What would you like to do?
We find an adequate enough study place and open the first page.
Great.
Right before he opens it, right before he does that, Carlos is going to put his hand, I'm going to tap him on the shoulder and go, "Good luck, chap," and then instantly misty step 50 or 30 feet away.
Okay, sure. As you do that, there is no study room. It's just a library, so you just read the books as you will.
Yeah, I imagine Melman makes a desk out of other books.
Okay, sure. You can make a desk out of other books. By all means, go for it.
I'm sorry. Is there's anyone else in this library?
Nope. No. Do a perception check.
Okay, because we've been loosely just using magic, aimless, without thinking about it. 13. And I don't. Again, we're not that dumb. 4. I've been so occupied on what I have that I don't think about anything else.
Yeah, doesn't matter to you. Same thing with Melman. You're just trying to get this book for your master.
Open the
That's
book.
what you want.
And also,
first page.
You're an artificer, and I'm a rune knight. We are using magic the right way, the way that it's been changed to be used.
Yeah. Yeah. As you open this book, roll me a d4.
Oh, okay.
The right way.
That is a 1.
Do a Christmas save for me.
A Christmas save? Okay.
Charisma.
Oh, okay. Charisma. Makes way more sense.
Christmas bells are ringing.
Oh, hey, what do you know? Another 1.
Music.
DJ Khaled style.
Woof.
Perfect. As you open this book, immediately you feel this warped sense of space. Things start going wibbly wobbly like, and all of a sudden, as you look down in the pages, the book vortex you and sucks you into this book, and it shuts itself. And then Carnelis, do a perception check. See, are you watching this happen, or what are you doing?
Absolutely. My eyes are locked on. I think the minute that again, Carnelis going away, taking his distance, is a bit more obligatory, like that's what I'm supposed to do, more so than like heartlessness. So as the whirlwind begins, he does start running in to try to get to Melmond to help him.
Oh, perfect. You want to pull him out?
I would. Can I get there fast enough? I'm 30 feet away from him.
I'll let you get there fast enough. But I just need to know: are you going to try to get him out? You're going to try to get him out?
I think I would. No, I think I'd start going towards it, and I'd realize that if he is getting pulled in. No.
Okay, so tell me, what do you do?
Carnelis wouldn't. Carnelis, as it finishes, he grabs the book and he storms towards the door. As he's making his way towards the door, back to where the Armadillo Man is, his body begins to enlarge in his anger, as his, what's it called, in the Rune Knight world, as my Giant's Might starts to kick in, basically my draconic ancestry, the blood begins to boil, and my wings are what come out, I think. As opposed to me growing and becoming more massive like a Goliath, it's tapping into my heritage, and these fearsome wings come out, and I kick the door open, and I slam the book on the counter, and so get him out.
First, before you do that, do a strength for me with disadvantage.
Strength check. With disadvantage?
Yeah.
1.
As you try to kick this door in, it's solid. It is the most solid door you've ever felt. And in fact, let me do this real fast. As you do this, you get pushed. As you try to knock this door down, it's like this weird magical force pushes you back, and you're prone to this.
Just gonna get up. I have advantage on. Oh wait, that's okay. It would have been the natural 1 anyways. I have advantage on strength checks in my Giant Might, but I rolled the natural 1 first. I think I'm just gonna charge for the door again.
Okay, sure, yeah. Do another strength check with disadvantage. Or
so now it just balances out.
Yeah, so just do a strength check.
6.
Same thing once again. It is the strongest door you've ever experienced. It's weird. In fact, do an Arcana check for me.
Okay. Is my music not playing?
I hear music. Very creepy.
I hear.
I hear the music. That's weird. Okay, as long as y'all hear it, make sure that's not overplaying in the stream. Okay. Weird. Anyways, Arcana check, right?
Yep.
16.
Perfect.
Finally rolling decent. Yeah.
This door is magically reinforced, and based on the strength of it, you know that this door is It's probably not going to move for a while. And with that, we're going to go to Melman real fast. All right, Melman, as you get sucked into this book of wildness, roll me a d20 real quick.
Just raw.
Yeah, just a raw d20. Let's see.
Wow.
Perfect. I was gonna do odds.
Just went
and
from a
evens.
1 to
I was
a
gonna
20.
do odds even. Evens is good. Odds are bad. Perfect. As you get sucked into this tornado whirlwind, you land thud on this island. It's very beautiful. There's palm trees. There's coconuts. There's bananas. It's really beautiful. It's peaceful. You get a nice sense of peace here. And roll a perception check for me.
This place is just nice. Perception, just a +1. That's a 7.
You don't notice what's up. You don't notice.
We don't roll well
Just
together.
from success to failure,
Yeah.
success to failure.
You don't notice that
Melvin tastes the water to see if it's salt.
it is salt. It is the ocean. And as you look around, all you just notice is the beach and a jungle.
I think I would, as Melman, want to make a Arcana or Perception or something check to see if I can tell if I was teleported or if I plane shifted or what happened to me.
Sure. Yeah. Do an Arcana check real fast.
Okay. Nice. That's a 19 + 7, 26.
Perfect.
Just back and forth.
I know. You guys are wild. As you do this Arcana check,
That's how we roll.
that is how we roll.
Sorry.
But as you roll this Arcana check, you realize that this necessarily isn't like a demi-plane or another dimension. It's a bit of a pocket dimension. It's a pocket dimension in time. And this area, and do an investigation. Because you did good on your Arcana check, you roll an investigation check with advantage because you rolled well.
Melman just has a series of bifocals and different lenses that he has all over his helmet, and so that is a 17.
Perfect. As you look further into the jungle, you notice this landscape is awfully like the town we were just in. I forget its name. What's the town's name again? I'm sorry, guys.
How
Ports Peak.
dare you? No. Ports Peak is your town. Or is Peaksport is that's Rel's town. Rahayadari is the city that we're in.
There we go.
The city where the Traval company is. Yeah. Traval
Rahayadari.
Rahayadari.
Yeah. So you look around and it reminds you of Rahayadari. It's oddly similar. In fact, you might think it's the same.
But I know I'm in a dimension.
But it's different. You're no longer in Kansas anymore.
Man, part of me wants to cast detect magic, but I feel like it's just gonna be
everywhere
a metal detector and an armory.
Okay, since Cornelis is so well read.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Kevin. Good.
What we'll do is we'll let Kevin do one more thing, and then we'll go back to Cornelis.
Perfect. Thank you.
What do you want to do, Melmond?
Oh my gosh, Stat rated. Hi, Stat. Hey, Raiders. Thank you for dropping in. Sorry, we're in the midst of a puzzle, so we're like just making crazy faces right now.
Okay, puzzle. I told you.
We are, yeah, to fill you in, we are Carnellus the Dragonborn and his assistant, sidekick, servant, Melmond, not Rockwater. What's your last name, Kevin? He's gone. Melman Rockstar. Are in a library, and Melman just got sucked into a book. And Addison is currently our narration manager. Keep going, Addison. And while you're here, go ahead and hit that follow button for us. Thank you.
Go for it. Yeah, Melman, what do you decide to do, my friend?
I think I want to look at my equipment real quick. If that's all right with you.
Sure. Do what you want.
Yeah. I wish I had something ranged. Because I want to just test. Fuck it. Yeah, I'm gonna cast Detect Magic.
Sure. Yeah, go for it. Since it's your spell, you know, as you detect magic and try to discern what this is, immediately you get this sense that you traveled through time and space into a place where this book originally came from. You get the sense that where you are is the origins of this book, and that's all you know.
Okay. Now I start, I guess, walking into the forest.
Great. And so as we do that, Cornelis, what would you like to do, amigo?
Yes. Sorry. Carnellus is staring at the book for a second. And he's going to slowly walk forward. As much shit as he gives Melmond, he feels really concerned, and he normally feels way more prepared during this kind of thing. So he's just thinking, think, Cornelius, think. And he's going to pick the book up. And I'm just going to try to think back into my, all the education that I've had about this area and the colonizing of it, and try to think if I've ever heard of anything like this before in my life. I think that is the first thing.
Perfect. Roll a history check for you.
Okay. History has its eyes on me. 21.
Perfect.
Well read, boy.
You are. You would know, based on this old tome, based on everything you remember as an upperclassman of magic, you would know that this book, you believe it to be from the time before colonization. This was a book that the natives were using, probably to hold like magical spells, knowledge of different. It is just a book full of knowledge and history from the ancient natives who had the magic. And you would also know. So you would also know that based on your knowledge of these people, you would know that these books are probably magically enchanted somehow.
Cornelis' heart begins to race faster. He's always been fascinated by the ancient cultures that first lived here. And he is just in awe. This is the first thing that he's ever found. And now he's connecting the dot to this necklace as well, and realizing that this rune that he has in front of him isn't something that was created like the other runes that he has. Everything he has is new. It was made by Melmond or one of Melmond's assistants, very much for him. And to know that he's holding such arcane ancient magic in his hands is like his heart begins to race. He gets super excited. Kind of forgets that Melman's stuck in there for a second. And then I think he's going to look around and try to see if there's any other books around that might assist him in this book, you know?
Perfect. Where do you want to go? Do you want to go common, uncommon, or rare books?
I think he's going to go to the uncommon.
Okay, great. That'll be about 60-ish feet up. So as you go, roll an investigation check
for it.
You will have to go back up for it.
Okay. Investigation check. 10.
Ooh. You did not find a book. You are so enwrapped by this own book, and what are you going to do for a moment, and why can't I escape, that you don't really look for a book.
Yeah, I'm just panicking, and he's pulling books off and kind of just throwing them down, hoping that one of them is going to be one he can use.
Perfect.
Letting them fall.
You say you're throwing books?
I'm grabbing. I'm letting a couple. I'm like pulling one out, and I'm going like, no, maybe, and I'm pulling ones that I think might be helpful. And my plan is to then go down and start flipping through a couple and hope to find something.
Okay. Roll me a luck check. Roll a d20 for me real quick. It'll be odds and evens.
14.
Lucky ducky. Okay, nothing happens. You're good. As you keep pulling these books off, do you want to go down and look for books and see what's inside?
It's not luck, darling. It's privilege, he thinks, as he makes his way down to the common. Oh, no, he would never look in the common books. Are you kidding me? Common?
You want to go to the rare books?
Cornelis Festine? Common? I'm going to... But then the thought's going to hit him and go, maybe the rare books are the common books, and the common books are actually even better. And I kind of want to think if I'm onto something there. So he's gonna go down to look at the books that are in the common section. I'm not touching them.
Okay.
But I'm gonna just like scan.
Do an investigation check.
I suck at investigation. Give me people to read. He's good at reading people. 16.
Don't find anything. It's just books like how to cook the proper quiche, what cactuses live in this region, rocks.
I'm starting to get desperate, so I'm gonna go to the door and I'm gonna use my cold breath to try to like freeze. Like, I don't know. His mindset is to like see if I can dispel it with like if I can like ice the magic off or something. He's not the brightest in the bunch.
Okay, so as you do this will be your last action, and then we'll go to Melman again. So roll an attack roll with disadvantage.
Attack with disadvantage, okay? And what am I gonna add to it? I don't have a spell attack.
Oh, it's Dragon Breath, right?
Yeah.
Either one, whatever attack you want to do, go for it.
Okay. Wait, I'm double checking my features and make sure to see if I get to negate that disadvantage on this one. No, I don't negate it. Okay. It's a fail. I rolled a 2, so a 9.
Nope, doesn't work. So as you do this, we're going back to Melmond. And Melmond, as you walk through this jungle, do a perception check again for me.
So, detect magic lasts for 30 minutes also, just FYI, so I still have it going.
Yeah. And do you have the point centered around you? So as you're walking, it'll detect magic? Great, awesome. Then do it with advantage.
Perception? Okay.
Yeah, with advantage.
Thank God for advantage. Oh, let's reroll. Okay, advantage didn't help me much. That's a 12.
You just hear rustlings all around you. It's weird. And you can't discern necessarily what is these rustlings around you. You just know that something is moving around you, and you can't tell what it is. But it gives you the heebie-jeebies.
Hey, who is out there?
You just hear faint whisperings of
Are you speaking that armadillo language? This is Rel's voice, not Melman's. Are you speaking that vessel?
You know what?
Start heading towards those voices.
Okay, sure, yeah. And as you do, let's see, I'm gonna roll real quick. Oh, perfect.
Oh man, I'm such a fucking loser idiot earlier. I just realized that when I rolled that
hard on
one,
yourself.
I'm a halfling.
Oh,
You're
right. You
re-rolled
could
it.
have.
I should have been able to
Rerolled it. Yeah, you could have rerolled it, my dude.
next time.
But speaking of nat ones, I got a nat one. And as you go towards the voices, they're not fast enough, but you see a group of dragonborns, and they turn their head to you, and they're wearing tunics, and they have very archaic tools around them. They have like staffs, they have necklaces, they have different jewels around with them, and they immediately they talk to you. Do an intelligence roll to see if you know what they're going to say.
Okay. That is a 16.
Perfect. They're speaking Draconic. Do you speak Draconic?
I speak Elvish, Dwarvish, and Common.
You don't know what they're saying. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make up a fake language, or I'm not going to speak for them, whatever. But you don't know what they're saying because they're speaking Draconic, and so you just hear them and that's what it sounds like to you. It's nothing. You don't know what they're saying, and as this happens, they point to you and they say, "Javetelo, Javetelo," and they start to rush for you, and they start to grab you, and they pull you towards more into the forest.
I guess I just go with them.
Perfect. As they take you, you find yourself in a village, and this village is surrounded with people, and not just dragonborns. Interestingly enough, there is different parts of this village where there's dragonborns, there are tieflings, there are all sorts of different beings. But as you go into this village, do a perception check real fast.
Okay. It's a 14.
They're all magic users. They're all using magic in some form or another. So, like, some are doing prestidigitation, that spell. Some are doing thaumaturgy. Some are they're just creating all these magical spells. You see water moving through the air, fire being, earth being moved to clear for more houses. Everything is just magical. And as they take you to this giant, adobe-ish building, and they move you up. And as they do, you're presented with this giant, very muscular, ripped dragonborn, and he is adorned with gold and different jewels and a crown, and he is the epitome of what you can assume to be a leader of sorts.
Melman, I guess, probably just uses his armor to bow his head.
Perfect.
He's been in quasi-nobility around them all of his life.
Perfect. Awesome. Great. As you do this, the I'm gonna call him the chieftain man. He goes up to you and he stands up, and as he speaks, he says, "Que idiomas hablas?"
No, I don't know, no.
And he said, once again, in a bit angry, "Que idiomas hablas?" and he's shocked. He said, "Hmm?" And he touches one of the jewels on his chest, and he touches a one. And as it does, you can tell that this language that he's now speaking is he's talking to you in common. And he says, "I asked you, what languages do you speak?"
Oh, hey, hi. I speak this one. This is one of the ones I speak. I also speak Dwarvish and Elvish.
What brings you here?
I didn't necessarily brought here. It was more like I was forced into this place during. I don't know where I am or what's going on truly, but there was a book in a tower. I opened it. I fell into it. There was darkness, and I appeared on a beach.
And immediately you can tell the wards of people around, and they're all speaking to each other.
They understand me now too.
And he says, "Why, yes. As long as you are in our presence, and with this gem, you can speak the same tongue as us."
Thank you very much. Until I can get back to where I'm from, I welcome the hospitality. Tell me, do you know of a town named Rahaderi?
Do an insight check for me.
Okay. That is a 13.
Lucky. Immediately as you say this, he seems confused. He says, "You mean this town, my homeland? Rahaderi is my home. My ancestors made this town. We made it as a desert of secrets. It is our native tongue."
Yes, of course, I'm so sorry. I must have bumped my head when I came in. Perhaps I could take a moment to lie down for a moment. What do you say? What do I call you, sir?
I am Grand Chieftain.
Okay, and my name is Melman Rockstar. Nice to meet you.
And as he says, as you say your name, he says his name. I am Grand Chieftain Marxaquatl. And he bows his head. Marxaquatl. And as that happens, we're gonna switch to Carnelis real quick. So Carnelis, you just tried to break down this door. You just tried to figure out how can you get Melman back.
By now, Carnelis lets out a dejected sigh and goes, "Of all the people I thought I'd be potentially sacrificing my life for, didn't think it'd be this one. Here goes nothing then," and he, with a dejected sigh, opens up the book.
Okay, Roll a d4 for me.
One.
What are the odds? Once again, the same thing you saw happen to Melman happens literally to you. As the space around you goes wibbly wobbly and a vortex sucks
As this
you
is
into
happening, he draws his long sword.
Sir, getting ready for battle?
Getting ready for
Okay.
whatever's on the other side. I have no idea what it is, but I know it's magical, and I know I need to be prepared.
Phenomenal. Great. As you get sucked in, you appear on a beach. And do a perception check for me. See if you recognize what this is.
It's 15 plus...
Perfect.
Perception, you said?
Doesn't matter. It was a
Perception's
15.
21.
Yeah,
Oh.
you got it. As you go, you notice that this beautiful land, it seems just like the regular Rakadare. It seems like it's different. It's more wild. It's not as built. It is
And
not
I'm on a
as
beach.
you are on a beach. Well, a beach by a coast, whatever you call it.
Yeah. But there's water. I like a large expanse of water, right?
Yes.
Which is
Well, you don't know if it's necessarily large.
Okay. But there's some kind of watery...
You can just yes, some body of water. And as you go, do you decide to what do you decide to do in this new world?
The second that I land, I look around, I recognize the similarities, and so I start to head to where I think my home would be in my area. Shouting out, Melmond, where are you?
Perfect.
Fun, Melmond.
As you go, and you're shouting these names, you hear rustling in the trees. Just you hear and you hear whisperings again, and just the same thing as Melman did. And hold on, let me roll this.
Do I understand it?
Roll an insight. See if you understand
I
it.
speak Draconic. Insight. Where is it? There it is. I get advantage on insight. That is a 25.
Perfect. As you hear these voices, you recognize it as Draconic. These people are speaking your tongue. And once again, as you move forward, you find yourselves with this group of people, and they go to you, and they say, "Who are you? What is your name?"
To you, my name will be Death, if you do not tell me where the halfling with the metal legs are, right now. And his wings pop out.
Do an intimidation check real quick.
He's not in the mood. Okay. He's not in the mood. He's not about this. He's also not very intimidated. 17 minus 1 for a 16.
Perfect. Roll. See what they get. Perfect. You intimidate them. They're scared, and immediately you can hear them say, "The winged one, the winged one, winged one, winged one," and they pick you up and they hoist you on their shoulders, and they dash back to their hometown. And so for
Now that's more like it. That's all it took.
And for sake of not repeating stuff, basically you see the same thing as Melman did. Magic everywhere, different tribes everywhere, and you're brought to the same place Melman is. And as you walk in, you see Melman and this chief talking, and they put you down, and they kneel before their chieftain, and they say, Moxaquatl, the winged one. And
They kneel, and I go, "You may rise. Leave us now. Leave us now." Melman, are you okay? You all right, friend?
I got it, Cornelius. Please, Cornelius, I know that we're in a really weird world, so maybe just play a different role than you usually do. This is the Grand Chieftain, Marxaquatl.
he bows his head.
Do I recognize that name?
Do an insight check.
From my reading?
An insight or history. Insight or history. Insight or history. Actually, no, do a history check just because you said that.
Oh, damn it. I shouldn't have said anything because I have a higher
You shouldn't have.
insight
I was
than
going to
have
let you
history.
do insight.
Oh, damn it. That's 11.
You don't care. You don't know who this guy is.
I know.
He's just a native guy.
Okay, so
you're above him.
He says that. He says exactly. So he says that, and I go, and I say, you, and I speak very, very offensively slow. Like, offensively slow.
Oh my god.
Like, I see where I am, and I just assume that there's no way that they're going to understand what I'm saying anyways. So I go, you take us out, home, away. Not trying to be offensive. When I say offensively slow, I mean, you know, that.
They're using magic to be able to communicate with me. That's why he can understand me, and they're all speaking Draconic, and I'm speaking Common. But in fact, you would probably be able to speak with you more. So I don't know why you're speaking so loud.
Melman,
Yes.
if they can understand you, then why have you not asked them to take you out of here yet?
Well, I guess I kind of assumed that perhaps they didn't know. I would assume that this would be a bigger problem if they knew what the solution was.
As you say this, Marxaquatl. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so Marxaquatl steps forward. Allow me. This is not the first time strange men have traveled to our time, our world. We know how to escape. That is true. But one must require a sacrifice to the gods.
Oh, okay. You got anybody who's just, not looking too good, right?
He'll do an insight check to see if you know what he means.
That's a 19.
Cornelis is just looking at Melmond.
My friend, it is one of blood. Many times, a long time ago in my people's history, many men have come. Winged men, forcefully trying to take our world. We are lucky that it's only one of them, or two of them on occasion. But the ones brought in with two, they are able to go back, but with the sacrifice of the blood from their time.
All right. Like I said, you got anybody who's, just itching to die in battle? Maybe I could fight them.
I put my hand. Oh no. Cornelis is gonna put his hand on Melman's shoulder and look at him with a loving gaze and wait until they lock eyes. And as they do, he's gonna tap the stone rune that's on his shield, which is going to essentially try to charm Melmond.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, do I have to make a roll against your spell save DC?
You have to make a
Yeah.
wisdom saving throw.
Okay, wisdom. Okay. That's a 4.
Okay, so you are. I go, Normand, I think you should take a quick nap, and I'll discuss this with the chief, my friend. And you have a speed of 0. You are incapacitated and descend into a dreamy stupor.
Yes, Carlos. What a good idea.
I knew it must be him. Follow me, winged one. And Mark Sequatl takes you to a.
I feel so bad.
And do you take Melman with you?
Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding me?
Okay.
I pick him up. I scoop him up in my arms. Sorry,
I
Pebblecroft.
weigh like 200 pounds.
Oh,
As
you know what it is?
I
That
just
I
walk
think with the way
behind
the way this rune works, it's more like when you get like when you get the sleepy medicine at like the dentist. So I'm just like, come with me, and he's like, whoa, and kind of like zombie following.
as you take him, you lead him up to stairs, and the stairs lead up to this pyramid-like structure, and on top is this rock bed. And as you go, and Mark Sequatl motions you to come hither, and he says, "This is the portal of my people. Through sacrifice of blood, we're able to commune with the gods and travel through time and space. Present your sacrifice before the gods."
Oh, I am the sacrifice.
Cornelis takes a second. The doubts begin to enter, and he thinks back on all of the years in which this man has been there, and he doesn't want to do it. But he remembers Melmond saying that he would sacrifice himself, like in passing, that whole like, I would do anything for you. He's like, that's flying through his mind, and so he's like incredibly conflicted. And he goes, Melmond, is there anything I should know about this place or about that rune?
I believe that the rune that you're carrying was made by a man named Kel Travolco.
Kel Travolco. My friend, this will not be in vain.
Do you wait, did you say you're wearing the rune? You're wearing the rune, right?
I put it around my neck. It's on my neck.
So
it's around my neck.
And everyone's able to see. Okay, perfect. So as you try to talk to this about the rune, before it happened, Mark Sequatl, he sees this rune and he says, like mine. And he gestures to his many gems. And as he does, he says, this can only be activated with the blood. With the blood of the wearer. And he gestures to his hand that has all these cuts from the different things he's put on. He says, once attuned, it is yours forever.
Interesting. Thank you, Sir Mark Sequatl, my honorable chief. Bow at your wisdom. Please, this is painful. Take my friend before I change my mind and we're stuck here forever.
Oh.
I've known you since you were 7 years old, Connor.
Melman.
Goodbye.
As he does this, Mark Sequatl takes out an obsidian knife and cuts right underneath his rib cage. And as he does, he shoves his hand in, and through his rib cage, grabs his heart still beating and rips it out. And as his
Cornelis.
heart is out, the blood, the heart is still pumping. Boom, 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 boom. And you can see a light.
Cornelis
shimmer.
has turned away.
And you see
I turned my back.
Well, you don't see it this time. There is a shimmering light from his heart as it boom, 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 boom. And as this happens, you see a portal, a vortex from up above starts to suck you and the body of Melmond out from this world, and instantly you're back into the library. And this time, do a perception check for me real quick.
16 plus 6, I think. I don't have it pulled
Great.
up.
Works.
Yep, 16
Works out.
plus 6, so.
As you look towards the door, towards where you tried to break out, you see the Armadillo Man. And he goes up to you and he says, I see you found what you're looking for. But it costs a heavy price, doesn't it? And he turns away and walks out the door.
Cornelis just sits there for a few moments, looking at the body. And he opens the door up, looks at the Armadillo Man and goes, you know, you're responsible for cleaning that up, not me.
As you open the door to try to talk to the Armadillo Man, no one's in the room with you. In fact, do a perception check real fast.
Natural 1.
You just notice no one. There's no one there. It's like he vanished. It's wild. Your friend's death or your servant's death has shocked you so much. That's all you can think about.
Yeah, he's gonna go back and he knows it's gonna take forever to do, but he's going to rummage into Melman's bag, find a screwdriver, and slowly begin to remove the metal legs so he can take him out of there. It's going to take him a while to do that.
You want to know something really sad about artificers? Is that when an artificer dies, their infusions last up to a number of days equal to their intelligence modifier. So your Boots of the Winding Path and your Enhanced Defense will last for 4 full days. They fall off. I don't know why. That always makes me like misty-eyed for no good reason.
That's
just like
sad.
Not if that's the other thought flying through Cornelis' mind is, I'll have to find a way to make these useful still.
Yeah, so I'll just say real quickly is like the I had 2 infusions left on me. One of them was my Warhammer, which is a returning weapon, and I can throw it. Mm-hmm. And I had enhanced weapon on that, so it's a +1 throwing Warhammer, basically. That is there.
As Cornelis begins to unscrew and disassemble, it takes a lot of time. He's not in a rush either. His little I think the levity of the situation is finally starting to settle in him as he reminisces on the time he spent with this older gentleman most of his life. So he does it very slowly, very honorably, and just as the last light is coming off, the library door
Turn it
Angel,
on.
and Marina.
Sorry, what was that? I missed it. I think what happened?
You missed it. Basically, I said as he's taking apart, he finishes taking apart. As the last leg comes off, the door opens and in walks Angel, Marina, and Rel.
Yeah.
And he can see you all through the double doors. And he goes, "Who are you?
Marina,
Are you the cleaning crew?"
No, this right here is Anal. This is Marina, and my name's Rel. Rel Travoco. Nice to meet you.
Hey, Holmes.
that,
I'm on L.
Oh, is that a dead body?
that poor child. And she goes up and gently scoops up Melman's
That's
dead
a dead
body
No, that's a dead body. We didn't need to. We didn't call the
and
authorities.
holds
What are
it
you doing?
close
Time. I
and
didn't know.
carries him out of the room,
Wait, whoa, hey, Marina,
leaving the
you
library.
Hush,
You don't want your friend to take. You don't want your friend taken away by her.
Sir.
By her. I swear. I promise you. If you just come with me, you
Sir.
don't want her to have her body.
Let the help do their job, please, sir.
I'm gonna look for a book now, sir.
Make a perception check.
Okay. Oh, I need to go away from my dead character sheet.
I know. Surprise! I'm narration managing now.
That is a 15.
We did a switcheroo.
15. As you walk by, in the corner of your eye, Cornelis steps to the side to allow you to pass in a very get out of my sight, but also like a false nicety kind of way. And as you walk by, you catch out of the corner of your eye a very familiar bright blue rune with draconic writing on it around this dragonborn's neck.
Hey, it's not any of my business, but your friend's dead body's about to be put in a river. So.
Hey, Holmes, just let her do her thing, man.
And I think I try and slyly look at Hal and like point to my chest and like look at this guy as I walk past him.
Yeah, man, we blood brothers. And he hits his chest too. I'm glad you realized that, man. Magicals, we gotta stick together, man.
No, man, look at him. He's trying to point to like where an amulet would be.
Cornelis is now kind of rummaging around the desk, trying to find anything that the Armadillo Man may have left behind.
Oh, perfect. Do an investigation check.
This is so weird.
This is weird. I kind of like it though.
And then a bus.
16.
Okay, great. There's only one drawer on this desk, and as you open it, it is a book of the lore of people from this town. It's a lore book.
Okay, perfect. He's going to pick it up and go. I'm just going to pick it up. And it hits me because it was something familiar was just said, and I'm going to run back to the doorway, put my hand on Rel, and go, "What was your name again?"
I spit a little bit of chew. Rel Travoco. I said, nice to meet you.
Travoco.
Yeah.
You're of the magic kind, aren't you?
Hell yeah, Holmes.
and-
Magical for life.
Oh my God, Angel.
And that's
Oh my
where we're
God.
gonna
Oh my
end
God.
our first episode. As he realizes the name was just said. It took all that time for it to like actually steep into his mind. So that is where our first episode of Roleplay Varied Reclamation will end. Awesome, y'all. So I hope that was an entertaining way to see an adventure. We have never passed the narration seat like that before. We have not rehearsed it either, so that was super fun to just jump in and like go for it. Before you say goodbye, go ahead and hit that button below to follow, like, subscribe.
Tell your friends
all
about
of the
it.
above. Tell your friends about it. Yeah, we love having new friends. We love join our Discord as well. Is to check the conversations out down there. We've got a lot of fun people in our Discord right now, having great conversations about art, D&D, music, and more. If you're feeling super generous, we would love for you to subscribe so you can check out our bonus content every month, as well as our storyboarding sessions, which we will be releasing to our patrons and our subscribers starting this coming month. So hit those buttons to stay involved with Break the Table. Join us tomorrow morning, where Addison, Kevin, and I will be returning for Home Brew Buddies. And what are we testing tomorrow, Addison?
Oh, you know what? I don't have my list on me, but it's gonna be something cool. I don't have my list on me. I'd have to look real fast. Give me a boot.
Womp. Put him on the spot, and he let me down. No, I'm just kidding. As he's looking that up, we also are going to have our kids' table coming back. I'm going to need one more week. We had a lot of stuff go down this month, so things kind of got pushed back for kids' table, but it's going to be coming out starting next Sunday. Addison looks so confused in the Zoom call.
I don't know where it is. I do not know where it is.
Great. So join us tomorrow at
It's gonna be
noon
good.
Pacific Standard Time for who knows what we're going to test.
I have the list
and of
somewhere.
course,
It's either
stay tuned. We may have some special.
it's either the
Shade.
Kirby class
I
or
heard
the
the voice
magic
of-
finger trap.
Yes. Either the return of our Kirby class or testing out a magic finger track.
Let's roll for
also,
it.
stay tuned. In 2 weeks, we'll be returning with Roleplay Varied, and you may end up seeing some of those homebrew items in our Roleplay Varied. So definitely stick around for that. There may be some random surprises coming your way as well. So hit that button below to keep up with our table. And with that, I think we're gonna go ahead and sign. Let me see, there's a new one up right now that we can raid. I think most of the people I follow are offline.
Same
Yeah.
with me.
Okay, so no raid tonight. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll have more people to raid in the future. In fact, let me just triple check. No, it's fine. I gotta use the browser. So, thank you all for tuning in and joining our table. And we can't wait to break it with y'all in the future. So, see you next week. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.